الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف خلق الله نبينا وسيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. On behalf of United Media Services, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you to the OER Manufacturing Summits and Awards 2021. We'd like to express our gratitude to our chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Saleh bin Saeed Masan, Undersecretary of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Investment Promotion, and our guest of honor, His Excellency Engineer Rada Ali Al Saleh, Chairman, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for gracing today's event. OER Manufacturing Summit 2021 would not have been possible without the unflinching support of our partners, and on behalf of Oman Economic Review, I would like to express our gratitude to our endorsing partners, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Madayan and Mizah Marketing and Business Development, Credit Oman, and Oman Manufacturers Association. A big thanks to our strategic partners, Shell Oman Marketing Company, Octal, Raisut Cement, our official commercial vehicles partner, Ford Trucks from MHD, our associate partners, Oman Cables, Sahara Aluminium, Al-Taman Indusal Ferrochrome, Voltamp, Minara from Arij Vegetable Oils and Derivatives, Al-Maha Ceramics, and Misco. Our knowledge partners, SSA International, media partners Shabiba and Times of Oman, our Arabic media partners, Alam Al-Iqtisad wal-A'mal magazine, and our online media partners, OERlive.com. A big thank you to each one of them, and can we have a huge round of applause for them, please? Today's summit is going live on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, as well as LinkedIn. The YouTube social media handle is @OERlive, while the hashtag is #OERMS2021. We encourage you to follow, comment, and post, and tweet on the proceedings using the hashtag and the handles. I'd now like to invite Mr. Atulya Sharma, CEO of United Media Services, on stage to deliver the welcome address.
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, a very good morning. On behalf of His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil Al Mashni, I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone for the first OER Manufacturing Summit 2021. We are indebted to His Excellency Dr. Saleh bin Saeed Masan, Undersecretary of the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion, for gracing today's event. Thank you, Your Excellency. I would also like to convey our gratitude to His Excellency Engineer Reda Juma Muhammad Ali Al Saleh, Chairman of the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for his gracious presence. Thank you, Your Excellency. The importance of the manufacturing sector for Oman's economic growth can hardly be overstated. It has been identified as one of the priority sectors for Oman's economic diversification, job creation, and for attracting foreign direct investment. Manufacturing contributes close to 11% of Oman's GDP and is pitched to go up to 12.2% by the year 2025. Madayan's Vision 2040 aims at achieving investments worth Riyal Omani 15 billion towards the end of the plan in 2040. And in terms of revenues, the sector is expected to earn 28% of all the revenues for Oman out of exports. The 2040 manufacturing strategy pursues the following objectives: to diversify the Sultanate of Oman's manufacturing into technology and knowledge-driven activities, to develop unique products first focused on improving the health and welfare of people, to expand Omani industry into regional and new markets, to upgrade the Sultanate of Oman's manufacturing to state-of-the-art technologies, and last but not the least, to create an industrial innovation culture. Small wonder then that the Oman's Manufacturing Strategy 2040 is termed as manufacturing for well-being. Over the years, OER has prided itself on creating platforms to discuss issues related to the Sultanate's economy. And given the primacy of manufacturing, we felt the need to have a dedicated forum where the initiatives, opportunities, and challenges impinging on the sector could be discussed in further detail. OER Manufacturing Summit is a culmination of that thought process. We hope today is the beginning of a journey that will grow into a definitive platform for the sector. This cannot happen without your goodwill, participation, and active support, and we look forward to that. To do a deep dive on manufacturing, while we confront fresh challenges owing to the pandemic, we have brought together a diverse set of thought leaders from Oman, Europe, and South Asia. The summit will take on a range of issues such as supply chain management, Industry 4.0, lean practices, and lots more. As a follow-up, Team OER will draw up a white paper based on the salient points that emerge out of the summit, and we will definitely be submitting that to Your Excellencies for your further action and consideration. Thank you very much, and wishing everybody a stimulating and enjoyable summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. It's my honor to invite on stage His Excellency Engineer Rida Ali Al Saleh, Chairman of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to deliver the keynote address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'm sorry, I was not aware that this summit will be in English. I prepared my presentation in Arabic, so if you excuse me, I'll be giving my presentation in Arabic, and I already told them to be translated my speech and can be available if anybody wants in English. Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سعادة الدكتور صالح بن سعيد المسن المحترم، وكيل وزارة التجارة والصناعة وترويج الاستثمار للتجارة والصناعة، راعي المناسبة، معالي الشيخ سالم بن مستهيل المحشني المحترم، أصحاب وصاحبات الأعمال المحترمين، الحفل الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إنه لدواعي السرور أن نشارككم اليوم في حفل افتتاح أعمال مؤتمر وجوائز التصنيع 2021، والذي تنظمه مجلة عمان ايكونوميك ريفيو، والذي يركز في نسخته الحالية على قطاع الصناعة في رؤية عمان 2040، حيث يعتبر القطاع الصناعي إحدى القطاعات ذات الأولوية في دعم توجهات السلطنة نحو تنويع الاقتصاد، وهو الداعم الرئيسي للنمو الاقتصادي وخلق فرص العمل للشباب. إن القطاع الصناعي حظي على مدى السنوات الماضية برعاية واهتمام من قبل الجهات المعنية، وجاءت رؤية عمان 2040 مؤكدة على ذلك، حيث ركزت على عدد من القطاعات الرئيسية. جاء قطاع الصناعات التحويلية من ضمنها، حيث يعول عليه لتعزيز الصادرات الغير النفطية والإسهام في تحقيق الرخاء الاقتصادي للسلطنة. الحضور الكريم، انطلاقاً من الدور المحور الذي يلعبه القطاع الخاص في مسيرة التنمية بشكل عام والجانب الاقتصادي منها بشكل خاص، فإن هذا الدور يشكل في كل مرحلة من مراحل النهضة المتجددة إضافة نوعية وكمية من خلال إسهامه في تطور الاقتصاد المحلي والعالمي. وكممثل للقطاع الخاص ومعبراً عن مصالحه، تشارك غرفة التجارة وصناعة عمان مع القطاع الخاص في تنمية البيئة الاستثمارية والاقتصادية في السلطنة لتكون محل الثقة للمستثمرين وجاذبة لرؤوس الأموال، حيث تبذل الغرفة جهودها لتعزيز دور المؤسسات القطاع الخاص، وتعمل خلال فترة مجلس إدارتها الحالية على عدد من المرتكزات، منها تحسين بيئة الأعمال، وذلك عن طريق المبادرات المختلفة مثل إنشاء مركز عمان للتحكيم التجاري المساند للبيئة التشريعية والقانونية في السلطنة، وكذلك تنظيم حلقات النقاش حول تحسين بيئة الأعمال في السلطنة بمشاركة واسعة من أصحاب وصاحبات الأعمال ممثلية مختلفة القطاعات الاقتصادية في السلطنة. أما المرتكز الثاني الذي تقوم عليه الغرفة، فهو دورها في تنمية المحافظات الاقتصادية من خلال فروعها المنتشرة في كافة المحافظات السلطنة، حيث عملت الغرفة على منح صلاحيات إدارية ومالية للفروع لتقوم بمسؤولياتها على أكمل وجه. كذلك يتم تنظيم زيارات ميدانية لدراسة أوضاع المحافظات والخروج برؤى وتوصيات لتطوير البيئة الاقتصادية فيها، وتنمية العديد من المبادرات والملتقيات الكبيرة التي كان لها أثر الكبير في دعم القطاع الأعمال في المحافظات. أما المرتكز الثالث، تعزيز دور المؤسسات القطاع الخاص، فيقوم على دعم الابتكار والإبداع المؤسسي من خلال ما تبنته الغرفة من مشاريع مثل مشروع التحول الإلكتروني، وإنشاء فريق الابتكار والإبداع المؤسسي في الغرفة، وتعزيز ميزانية كرسي الغرفة للدراسات الاقتصادية بجامعة السلطان قابوس، وتعزيز جائزة الغرفة للابتكار بالتعاون مع وزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والابتكار. ومن خلال المرتكز الرابع تعمل الغرفة على دعم ريادة الأعمال من خلال بناء قدرات رواد الأعمال ببرامج تدريبية مختلفة بمحافظات السلطنة، والترويج وتسويق لمنتجات رواد الأعمال، وتنظيم عدة مؤتمرات ذات العلاقة مثل المؤتمر العالمي لريادة الأعمال والمؤتمر التسهيلات التمويلية والمصرفية. ويأتي التنسيق والتعاون مع الحكومة ليشكل المرتكز الخامس، وذلك عبر اتفاقيات والمبادرات التي أبرمتها الغرفة مع عدد من المؤسسات الحكومية مثل وزارة التجارة والصناعة والترويج والاستثمار، ووزارة العمل، ووزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والابتكار، وجامعة سلطان قابوس، وهيئة تنمية المؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة، والهيئة العامة لسوق المال. كما عملت الغرفة على اقتراح حزمة من الإجراءات والمحفزات الاقتصادية التي من شأنها الدفع بعجلة نمو الشركات والمؤسسات، ومن أجل تعزيز وتمكين القطاع الخاص ومساندته لإداء دوره وتحقيقا للضغوط التشغيلية، فقد قدمت الغرفة مبادرة إعفاء المنتسبين من دفع رسوم انتساب، وتم تقديم إعفاءات تتجاوز مبلغ 13 مليون ريال عماني، منها إعفاء المنتسبين الملتزمين من رسوم التجديد لسنة واحدة، ومنها ما يعادل 3 ملايين ريال عماني. ومن خلال تمثيل الغرفة الممثل في مجالس إدارات بعض المؤسسات ذات العلاقة بالعمل الاقتصادي مثل المؤسسة العامة للمناطق الصناعية، والهيئة العامة للمخازن الاحتياطي، والهيئة العامة لحماية المستهلك، وهيئة البيئة. وتم إقرار بعض القرارات من هذه الجهات التي تهم القطاع الخاص، وتم أيضا حل بعض الإشكاليات المتعلقة بشهادة المنشأ بالتعاون مع الإدارة العامة للجمارك بشرطة عمان السلطانية ووزارة الخارجية، بالإضافة إلى دعوة البنك المركزي العماني لحث مختلف المؤسسات التمويلية على مراعاة الأوضاع الحالية مؤسسات القطاع الخاص، والتوصية بإعفاء السلع الغذائية والموارد الطبية والمطهرات والمعقمات من الرسوم الجمركية. كذلك وفرت الغرفة العديد من الإجراءات المحفزات التي تستهدف تقليل الضغوطات التي يعاني منها أصحاب وصاحبات الأعمال نتيجة الأوضاع الاقتصادية الحالية، حيث ساهمت الغرفة بمليون ريال عماني باسم القطاع الخاص العماني في صندوق الأمان الوظيفي الذي أمر بتسميته حضرة صاحب الجلالة السلطان هيثم الطارق أعزه الله. الحضور الكريم، تتطرق أيضا الدور الكبير الذي يلعبه القطاع الخاص كقاطرة للتنمية من خلال تكامله مع الحكومة في إدارة توازن دوره للأنشطة التجارية المحلية التي ما زالت تعتمد إلى حد كبير على موارد النفط والغاز كمولدات للدخل والطلب للمحليين. كما يمتد دور القطاع الخاص في دوره التجارة المحلية أيضا من خلال قطاع الأعمال الذي يساهم فيه بدوره ثانوي إلى جانب القطاع العام، حيث أن عدة شركات القطاع الخاص يمثل نسبة تفوق حوالي 99% من إجمالي الشركات العاملة في السوق العماني. وتقوم العديد من هذه الشركات بإنتاج وتزويد السوق المحلي بالسلع المنتجة المحلية وتقديم الخدمات، بالإضافة إلى إمداد شركات القطاع الخاص بالعديد من الاحتياجات من المواد الخام وقطع الغيار والخدمات المساعدة. وفي القطاع الصناعي على وجه الخصوص تولي غرفة تجارة وصناعة عمان ممثلة بمجلس الإدارة ولجنة الصناعة اهتمام كبير في هذا القطاع الصناعي، باعتباره من أهم القطاعات الاقتصادية ومحركات لعجلة التنمية، تمتد آثار العديد من القطاعات الأخرى، وله دور كبير في تحقيق الاكتفاء الذاتي من السلع الخدمات ودعم الصادرات العمانية. وتعمل الغرفة على مراجعة كل القوانين المتعلقة بالقطاع الصناعي وتدارس القضايا والمشكلات التي تواجه المصانع، وأيضا التسهيلات التي تحفز الاستثمارات. وما يثلج صدورنا جميعا خطوات وزارة التجارة والصناعة وترويج الاستثمار بإعلان هذا العام عن 50 فرصة استثمارية في القطاع الصناعي في المجالات الإنتاجية والخدمية، مجهزة بكافة المتطلبات الإجرائية ودراسة الجدوى الاقتصادية وطرحها للاستثمار الوطني والأجنبي، وما يفتح آفاق أوسع للاستثمار في الأنشطة الصناعية المختلفة. ومن هذا المنطلق ندعو للاستثمار فيها والاستفادة من المزايا والتسهيلات. الحضور الكريم تنتهز الفرصة أنه للتوجه كلمة صادقة للجميع في تعزيز مسؤوليتهم نحو تمكين وتنمية القطاع الخاص لتعزيز مساهمتها في دعم الاقتصاد الوطني ورفع من قدرته على تشغيل القوى العاملة الوطنية، حيث يتحتم على الجميع ليس للحكومة فقط بل القطاع الخاص الصناعي كل حسب قدرته وإمكانياته وتخصصاته. فالحكومة معنية بصفة أساسية بتحديث القوانين والتشريعات لا سيما المرتبطة بصورة مباشرة بالاستثمار بصورة عامة والصناعي بصورة خاصة لتعزيز قدرتها على استقطاب الاستثمارات المحلية والخارجية على حد سواء، وأيضا عنايتها بالعمل المزيد من التسهيلات في الإجراءات. أصحاب الأعمال الأعزاء، ختاما نكرر شكرنا وتقديرنا لمجلة عمان إيكونوميك ريفيو على تنظيمها لهذا الحفل، والشكر موصول لكم على ما قدمتموه من جهود ملموسة في سبيل تعزيز دور القطاع الخاص في التنمية المحلية والدولية ورفع مساهمتها في الاقتصاد الوطني ودور الكبير في توفير فرص العمل للكوادر الوطنية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Engineer Rida Al Saleh. I'd now like to invite on stage Ms. Ibtisam Al Farouji, Director General of Investor Services Madain. She's responsible for managing and supervising the Masar service centers in all the industrial cities. Ms. Ibtisam has a master's in marketing from Leicester University and has 17 years of experience in marketing and customer care. The topic of her presentation is World-Class Business Cities. Please help me in welcoming her on stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor today for me to give you a brief presentation about Madain, which I'm sure most of the attendees are aware and they have heard about. My presentation will just give you some slots about some histories about how Madain, the key performance indicator for Madain, what is the industrial sector we are targeting in the coming few years, and snapshot for Madain Vision 2040. So as I mentioned, Madain, it was PEIE was established in 1993 to be the government industrial arm to manage and operate the industrial cities within across the country. And we have developed our mission to be also to contribute with the government to enhance the social and economic development by partnership with the private sector to develop and operate integrated service business cities and that has a rapid response to change based on the best solution and technology, and also meeting the needs and requirements of business and taking into account environmental standards. And this can be done through the good infrastructure that will be shown later, facilitation services and added value services that Madain is providing to the investors. So if we would like to, apart from that, Madain is also contributed to the economy through different initiatives, starting from Omani campaign that is Madain is contributing with the Chamber of Commerce and Ministry of Commerce. And we are also supporting SMEs through incubating those startups by the National Business Center, which meant to be incubation program throughout 3 years. We have also initiated with the Research Center, the Industrial Innovation Center, to support the industries with updated technique that helps them to sustain in the market. And both of those centers has been emerged recently to focus the effort toward the same goal. We have also subsidies that help us to attract and promote investments such as Shumukh, Mubadara, and Miza. Of course, the incentives that is given by the Madain is similar to the incentives that's given to the industrial sector in Oman, which we would like to be reinforced by the government in the coming phase if everyone knows that the industrial sector has no tax on net profit for 5 years, no customs duty and tax on import of production, and no restriction on import, export, and sales, as well as no foreign exchange control and only 15% fixed rate on corporate tax and 5% fixed rate customized duty. However, Madain is also contributing to that incentives by providing excellent infrastructure with a very competitive rates. And we are also providing 30 years renewable lease on lands and facilities, fair evaluation of all buildings and facilities, and also the investor can sell the building, as well as you can lease or mortgage the buildings and facilities you build. So we have, our regulation and rules within Madain is very flexible when it comes to utilizing your plants or project. Here are some of the KPIs that Madain has achieved until 2021. We have already 2,300 projects. Almost 1,800 of them are under production. 59,000 employees, and we have reached 6.8 billion total of investment. And as if you are all, living in Oman, I believe that you are also aware of the location of our industrial city, which has been selected carefully to be strategically located either by the borders. If you see from the north, like for example, we have Al-Buraimi and Ibri by the borders of 2 GCC countries, Saudi and UAE. We see Suhar, which is hooked up with Suhar Airport and Suhar Port as well. We have in Muscat, Rusail and Knowledge Oasis Muscat, which is the only IT park in Oman. We are also running and managing Sur, which we are expecting that it will get a huge exposure in the future because we are looking to have a commercial port there very soon. We have Samail, which has been built based on an international standard of building the industrial city based on sectors and zone. And it was built because of the huge demand was in Rusail industrial city. So Samail, it's almost only 20 minutes far away from Rusail. By the south, we have Raisut, which we are one of the industrial city that we are very proud of for the growth they are making, and we are close to Salalah port. And finally, we have also Thamre, Al-Mazyouna. Al-Mazyouna, in fact, it was one of the challenges, or what you call it, it wasn't easy to establish a free zone by the border of Yemen, but Madain has successfully established this free zone, and it is one of the best free zone operated within the country. It is actually a gate to a Yemen market with a population of 30 million people over there. And it's also a gate to rebuild Al-Yemen through Al-Mazyouna. We have newly established also what you call it, new established industrial city. Like we have announced Muhas, it's not there in Musandam, of course, it's not there in the map. Ibri, as I said, it's in process. We are also looking to expand in Marmoul, to have another one in Marmoul. And this is all contribute to the goal of Madain to contribute in the social and economic development across the country. This is the investment opportunities Madain is offering within our industrial city, starting from different sectors, solar, renewable energy, to furniture, clothes, medical, paper industry, and we have also investment based on the complex, in fact. So if the investor would like to take a slot or a land to invest in certain area, like for example, food industry, metal, light industry, residential, Madain will be able to provide such land for them with good, agreement. Again, this slide shows what kind of industries that we are having within Madain. I would like to also attract. Also, Madain is looking to invest in the social infrastructure within the industrial cities. So any kind of project that support this infrastructure, for example, when it comes to hospitals, residential complex, schools, transport, and shopping centers, this is one of our main pillar when it comes to attracting investment. I had to translate actually this slot from our vision, which I would like just to highlight 3 main slides on our vision. The first one, that how we contribute to the national priorities, which has been taken from Oman Vision 2040. Actually, we are trying to contribute in private, we try to enhance the partnership with the private sector, and we have the private sector to operate and manage our industrial cities. And we are trying to attract investment actually on natural, that are more concerning on the environmental sustainability. We are trying also to focus on partnership and integration with the other government entities that are in the investment cycle. And this has been done already. We started with it through our one investment window called Masar, as my colleague introduced to you before, which we are proudly have started with it. And we have already integrated with the other government entities working, who are directly interacting with the investments, such as Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Labor, who are the main key player for the investor to have within our Madain. So we have teaching, learning, scientific research, and national capability, as well as the labor market and employment. In fact, we are also trying to attract investment that is more on skill-based industry. And we have the academy has been launched last year, which has been, as I said, merged with the Innovation Center and the National Business Center to work specifically on this priority. Economic leadership and management, this is how we train and qualify our people to achieve our vision. So therefore, Madain Vision in 2040 is highlighted on world-class business cities, governmental rule. We are only organizing and monitoring, and the private sector will be operating and running. We would like to be the 5th best economic institution in the Middle East and North Africa by 2040. We would like to reach to 15 billion, and I do believe that we can reach more than that if we really work closely with the other government entity in the country. Private sector development and operating, as I mentioned, we are organizing. They will be operating and managing the industrial cities. Here are the main indicators. We are targeting to have at least 279,000 workers in 2040. 50% of them are Omanis, and 15 million of investment. 50% of them are foreign investment. And we are trying to develop 170 million square meter. We are currently having almost 120 square meter around the industrial cities. Only 50 million are already developed. We need to reach this number by 2040. And we would like to have at least 6,500 manufacturing and 10,000 projects within our industrial city. I hope that gave you some brief information about Madain, and if you have any question, I'll be here around all the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibtisam, for that very insightful presentation. It's time to present the OER Manufacturing Excellence Awards, and I'd request His Excellency Dr. Saleh bin Saeed Misan, Undersecretary of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Investment Promotion, to please come on stage and do the honors. I'd also request Mr. Atulya Sharma, CEO, and Mr. Saeed Masood Al-Mashani, Deputy CEO, UMS, to kindly join His Excellency on stage. The first award is for pioneering innovation and research and development, and it goes to one of the largest manufacturers of PET or PET resin and PET or PET packaging in the world. Its plant in Salalah is purposefully designed and built to yield superior quality products with unmatched economics, increased productivity and thermoformers, and unmatched environmental advantages. As the world's first and only direct-to-sheet polyester sheet, its 100% recyclable DPET sheets are one-of-its-kind products. Similar, the company's revolutionary protein packaging sets high standards in clear, rigid food packaging by protecting products from physical damage, preserving contents, and preventing odor contamination. The OER Manufacturing Award for Pioneering Innovation and Research and Development goes to Octal. Congratulations to Octal. OER's Manufacturing Award for Excellence in Manufacturing Cement Products goes to Oman's largest cement manufacturer with a global footprint. Not one to rest on its laurels, the company is setting up a $30 million grinding unit in Duqm. In 2020, it acquired Sahar Cement Company and is developing a new greenfield 1.2 million tons per annum cement plant near Tbilisi, Georgia, at an investment of $200 million. The winner of Excellence in Manufacturing Cement Products is Raisud Cement Company. Congratulations to Raisud Cement Company. The next award goes to a company whose lubricant blends plant is the only ISO certified facility of its kind in the Sultanate. It has been ranked as #1 in asset integrity process safety compliance among the group's global plants in Asia, Pacific, and the Middle East region. The plant creates an added value for Oman's economy by exporting approximately 2/3 of its made-in-Oman lubricants to more than 15 countries in the Middle East, Asia, and Africa, while meeting the local market's demands as well. Moreover, its plant has an Omanization percentage of 98%. The OER Manufacturing Excellence Award for promoting in-country value goes to Shell Oman Marketing Company's lubricant blending plant. Congratulations to Shell Oman Marketing Company. OER Manufacturing Awards for Excellence in Manufacturing. Primary aluminium goes to the Sultanate's first and only greenfield aluminium smelter. Near 60% of the company's finished products are committed for local downstream companies, while the rest is exported to markets such as Japan, Malaysia, Singapore, Vietnam. Its indirect export goes to USA, Europe, Brazil via downstream products. The company is a benchmark smeltering contributing to the sustainable development of Oman. The winner of Excellence in Manufacturing Primary Aluminium is Sahar Aluminium. Congratulations to Sahara Aluminium. The next award goes to Oman's first ferrochrome smelter. Its production facility located at Sahar Free Zone is fully export-oriented manufacturing unit, ideally positioned to showcase the capabilities of Oman as a leading supplier of ferrochrome. Moreover, the ferrochrome facility substitutes 25% of its electrical energy requirement, with Sahar Power helping in the reduction of greenhouse gases in Oman. OER Manufacturing Excellence Award for being a pioneer in using solar power for mineral processing and smelting goes to Al-Taman Indicel Ferrochrome. Congratulations to Al-Taman Indicel Ferrochrome. The next award goes to a publicly listed company which is into manufacturing of world-class ceramic tiles from its state-of-the-art plant at Sahar. The company is ISO 9001 certified and sells its products in more than 15 countries. It has made its presence felt across the entire Middle East market with exports to the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, Africa, and Southeast Asia. The OER Manufacturing Award for Excellence in Manufacturing Tiles goes to Al-Maha Ceramics. I don't think there's anyone present from Al-Maha Ceramics, but congratulations to them for that award. The next award goes to an institution which has played a pivotal role in facilitating domestic and export trade and contributes to Oman's economic development for over 30 years. Over this period, it has total insured sales of RO 2.2 billion. The agency has shaped domestic trade and catalyzed export from Oman by supporting over 250 Omani companies grow their sales domestically and internationally. It covers exports to 115 markets globally. The OER Manufacturing Award for being Oman's preferred credit insurance provider goes to Credit Oman. Congratulations, Credit Oman. The next award winner is a front-runner in Oman's iron and steel landscape with an annual production capacity of 1.2 million tons of high-grade reinforcement bars. The company is a regional inventor in the industry's manufacturing technology and the only steel plant in the GCC without a reheating furnace. This makes it one of the most energy-efficient mills in the world and manufacturer of green steel. The winner of OER's Manufacturing Award for Excellence in Manufacturing Steel Rebars goes to Moon Iron and Steel Company SAOC or MISCO. Congratulations to MISCO. The next award goes to a company which believes that our future is connected to our capacity to innovate. Its research and development team constantly works on innovating technologies and product development. It has developed core competencies in various fields such as new raw material qualification, development of customized PVC compounds, new product development, and customized solutions for customers. Root cause analysis on material and product failure, full type test of wires and cables, and a lot more. Moreover, it's introduced revolutionary technologies through its integration with the Promethean Group. The OER Manufacturing Excellence Award for Innovation goes to Oman Cables Industry. Congratulations to Oman Cables Industry. The next award goes to a company which truly believes in energizing the future. Its power transformer facility in Sahar is a world-class manufacturing facility which is fully equipped to manufacture a complete range of high voltage and extra high voltage power transformers up to 500 MVA and 400 kV class. It has partnered with Tatong Taiwan, which has been in the forefront of innovation and energy business for over 100 years. The power transformers manufactured by the company are made under stringent quality and control and safety atmosphere in compliance with the ISO 9001 and the OHSAS 18001. Sorry, the standards are a bit difficult. The OER Manufacturers Excellence Award for 2020 kV and 400 kV class power transformers goes to Voltamp Power SAOC. Congratulations to Voltamp. The final award is for a government organization whose vision is to establish world-class business cities with an Omani identity based on partnership. Established in 1993 in continuity of the industrial march that began with the establishment of Rusail Industrial City in 1983, it has not looked back since. It today manages and operates 10 industrial cities in Sur, Sahar, Raisut, Nizwa, Buraimi, Rusail, Samail, Ibri, Al-Mudaybi, in addition to the Knowledge Oasis Muscat-Com and Al-Mazyuna Free Zone. The OER Manufacturing Excellence Award for Leadership in Industrial States goes to Madayan. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Attilia and Saeed. Congratulations to all the winners. Let's give them a big, big round of applause, everyone. Our next speaker is Mr. Naveen Narayan, Managing Director, SSA International. He has over 17 years of global management consulting experience in lean manufacturing, strategy, and change management. He has led several corporate-wide transformation programs, mentored change agents, and produced sustainable business results for clients such as Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, Nortel Network, DHL Worldwide, and Godrej Industries throughout Asia Pacific, Middle East, and Africa. In Oman, he has worked very closely with the Nema Group, Asiyad, and Oman Cables, to name just a few. His presentation is titled Manufacturing Excellence for the New Normal. Please help me in welcoming Naveen to the stage.
Very good morning to you. Quite excited to be with you in this August gathering. All right. So just to set the context for the maiden event for Manufacturing Summit, and we were thinking about the topical issues. Of course, the good news is the pandemic is behind us largely, and it had its own turbulence to the global economy. A lot of the economic indicators that I picked up on recently are talking about optimism. For instance, many of the economies have opened up largely, and which is evidenced partially by the inflationary pressure, which is hopefully temporary, given the rising demand for commodities and the global shipping lines and so on. Now, having said that, the World Bank predicts, as you can see, about 9.7% growth, of course, from a relatively low base in 2021, and a very encouraging growth numbers for 2022. So that simply means that the significant demand is coming back. If you can see some of the indication of the equities market, which has fairly rallied over the last year, but some of the sectors that are showing a lot of promise, like travel, tourism, and various core sectors that are impacting the economy. So I believe those are very encouraging signs for the manufacturing industry overall, and how we leverage these tailwinds now to really enhance shareholder wealth is the theme of what I'm going to be presenting just now. So the need of the hour is how do we negotiate the global economic challenge and create wealth for stakeholders, and how do we, specifically in our context of manufacturing industries in the country, use these as an opportunities rather than a threat to create wealth, right? A very interesting statistic, this was a study done by Deloitte University Press a few years ago, and this study revealed that the return on investment, this was across sectors, and this was done in a North America context, but it can be generalized with a fair bit of confidence that the return on investment has shown an overall depleting trend for industries in the last 50-odd year time frame. So now what this means is the last 50-year time frame has also been a very exciting phase for the world GDP, which has grown manifold exponentially. But why has the return on investment from industries has depleted over the years? Now this is food for thought. So let's try and deep dive into what are the levers for return on investment, right? The very purpose of that an industry exists is to create value for all the stakeholders that depend on it. That includes the employees, suppliers, customers, and the shareholders, right? The return on investment really depends on three major levers, right? If you see all the wealth creation studies indicate to, one of them being velocity, the speed with which we execute as a business, right? The second lever being the throughput, the rate at which we create wealth or value for customers, right? And the third lever is more of an outcome indicator, which simply means, are you generating higher return on capital than the cost of capital, right? So let's deep dive into each one of these levers and see what are the focus areas for manufacturing to be able to maximize return on investment. So velocity simply means that we are the first to capture the opportunity. As you can see that if the global trade is going to grow at 10%, which means a rising tide will take all the boats along, right? And it means that there is a lot of opportunity that is going to be created for existing sectors as well as new and emerging sectors, right? The speed with which we execute is going to be a very key lever to ensure that the value is created for the stakeholders. Take a very telling example in the smartphone industry. If you compare Apple with Sony, interestingly enough, the story goes, Sony was the company that inspired Apple, or Steve Jobs in particular, right? But a recent study reveals that Sony has almost lost out on the smartphone race, and a lot of it is to attribute to how quickly Sony is able to innovate and bring out new products, and also how capable its distribution and supply chain is in order to get the products out as compared to Apple. So Apple has largely defended its market share and grown in the smartphone business, and Sony has more or less become insignificant, at least in the smartphone game, right? So a lot of this is to do with the speed of execution. The other lever that we talk about is throughput, right? So throughput, at the core of it, simply means that are we able to meet customer demand at the pace of customer demand? And are we able to do that efficiently, right? Throughput is not a new concept. This goes back to the early 1900s from the car industry when Henry Ford was doing a lot of experimentations to see how he can reorganize his car manufacturing processes so that he's able to produce more cars and get more vehicles out to the masses, right? A lot of the innovation came from the automotive world, which today we encapsulated as lean manufacturing or lean thinking, just-in-time systems, and so on and so forth. But at the heart of it, the philosophy was, can we utilize the invested assets to create more value? That is, can I increase my output without significantly increasing the cost invested in the business? A great example of a wealth creation icon is a company called Asian Paints. Now, I picked up on this about a year ago, and I had no idea that this is such a fabled example. Now, this is an Indian company that did a lot of innovations over the last 6 odd decades across supply chain and products. The reason why this example is very telling is that an organization in a very generic industry like paints, which is highly competitive and very hard to differentiate purely based on product, they have consistently increased their market share by about 15 basis points in the last 2 decades or so. So a lot of it is to attribute to, one, the speed of execution. As they brought about a lot of innovations in the supply chain and distribution, as an example, removing the middlemen, getting the product out directly to the dealers. And more importantly, their forecast accuracy is about 98%, which means that they more or less know which customer is going to buy on which date and time to the extent of 98% accuracy. Now, what all this translates to is the fact that if an industry is able to have a finely tuned operations and supply chain, they can capture a lot of value migration. Now, value migration itself was a very interesting concept that came up a few decades ago. And the whole idea is, if you come up with a very disruptive idea or a disruptive technology or a solution, you will be able to capture a large base of customers within your industry and from other industries. Now, it does not only mean that disruption should come from innovation, like how the cell phones disrupted the cameras, right? Today, nobody buys cameras. The cell phones have disrupted them. We only buy cell phones, right? That's only one aspect of value migration. A larger aspect, which is not fully appreciated, is that in a very generic industry where it's very hard to differentiate, you can still capture a lot of value migration by differentiating in efficiency and differentiating in velocity of execution. So the message that we want to emphasize is of profit leadership. A lot of our clients, exactly about a year and a half ago, in early 2020, had this bit of a dilemma, saying that, okay, what is in store? And this was anybody's guess, right? The level of disruption that happened was very hard to fathom. So many industries were wondering, do we just react or take quick measures, or do we take sustainable measures for safeguarding our profits? So a lot of these discussions have now kind of evolved into a more meaningful framework called as profit leadership, which a lot of the industries, even in Oman, applied very effectively, leveraging the headwinds and to actually create long-term sustainable wealth creation. So some of these levers, which we'll also talk about in the deep dive in the workshop, which some of you may be with us, talking about enhancing working capital, inventory turnover, velocity of information, velocity of how quickly you are able to produce, and how efficient the distribution network is. All of these will help to identify blind spots that will help to release value for stakeholders, right? So, a typical accounting P&L of the business does not fully reveal. I know a lot of accountants in the room and some of my friends in the audience, but the accounting P&L will not fully reveal the amount of value that is left on the table due to inefficiencies in execution, right from product design, right up to manufacturing processes that includes efficient material utilization, rework and wastages, and efficient distribution, efficient utilization of the human capital. A lot of these are invisible profit leaks that are hard to get a handle of. And this is what we would like to sensitize, that the accounting community, as well as the operating community and the leadership team, to go back and revisit their business models to ask the question, what are those profit leaks? What are those blind spots that can help to unearth value for stakeholders? right? So it's always in the system. Dr. Deming famously said that a bad system will defeat a good operator 100% of the time. And it's quite fascinating how true it is to this day, right? You have, for example, different experiences in different airports. Some of these airports, like Oman Airport, I really love to come because it takes 2 minutes to exit from the gate to the out. And my colleague had a wonderful story. I won't steal your thunder. You can share your wonderful experience of the Omani hospitality. And you have different experiences, but at the core of it, every airport has the same process, right? So there is something different in how the system is designed, how much thought is put into each step of the process. The same goes for organization. The more we revisit the design of the system, we will be able to identify a lot of hidden profit drivers. So I'll leave a thought in terms of the emerging trends, and there are, the speakers that will follow up to this will probably expound these topics in greater depth. Now, you see on that slide, there are two aspects to what is of interest, what is topical in boardroom discussion that we come across a lot, right? There's a lot of talk about smart manufacturing, Internet of Things, demand-driven supply chains, additive manufacturing, Industry 4.0, robotics and automation. The list goes on, right? And this is, a Google search will reveal this. I don't need to mention this to you. But what is to introspect is that there are certain themes that are grounded in principles, that are time-tested, that we should also not lose sight of, right? Some of these things are how do we upskill and retain talent in the organization? How do we build agility across the supply chain? How do we bring lean thinking across the organization? How do we bring world-class quality, excellence culture and customer delight, speed of execution? A lot of these levers are time-tested. They really don't need technology per se. They don't need disruptive interventions to achieve, but it really takes a bit of a concerted effort to embed them into the philosophy and conversations at all levels in the organization. So I won't go into some of these levers. Technology is an enabler, and we've had some great stories to tell about how challenging the underlying technology, bringing in new and efficient ERP systems, for instance, to reduce human burden, using robotics process automation to, again, help to speed up processes, reduce burden to people. Technology is a great enabler as long as it is aligned to the underlying philosophy of lean thinking, underlying philosophy of creating world-class processes, and so on, right? Another very exciting field is demand-driven supply chains. So more and more people are questioning now the two extreme ends of just relying on forecasts fail. We all saw what the outcome of it during COVID, that nobody knew what would happen to the demand for, let's say, face masks, right? It's something that we all wear now. Nobody, if you put a forecast for demand for face masks in the month of Feb 2020, people would have said, don't waste your time, right? But today, people have made millions just selling face masks, right? So forecast itself is not fully reliable. And you can't just rely on just-in-time supplies. We have seen what happened to the Japanese industry during the earthquakes and tsunamis and so on. So there has to be a midpoint in terms of how you tune your supply chain, where it is demand-driven, reflexive, and agile, right? And this is an exciting science that is coming up. Technology enablement, Industry 4.0 is much beyond a fad. There are so many real use cases of industries that have thoughtfully implemented smart manufacturing, real-time monitoring systems that can really help to catch quality problems, that can help to catch variations in the process, help to improve the maintenance of fleets, for instance. A lot of such use cases that you will hear about, right? And lean operations, not to lose sight of, where this is something to just put on a new pair of shades and look at the process differently, right? These are some use cases of industries that have looked at, for example, how much they're spending on a fleet in a large company that's into distribution and movement of human capital, right? A simple deep dive into the process, looking at what are the inefficiencies in the process, where are we spending more fuel, the utilization of the vehicles, simply sometimes in lean what we call as go to Gemba, just go along with the vehicle that is ferrying people and see what's going on, right? So there were some insights like the vehicle goes empty from one end of town to another, and somebody suggested why not we park the vehicles where they're dropping so that we can avoid 2 trips to come back to the camp and so on. So these don't require very fancy technology. This only requires a little bit of change in thinking and mindset, right? So a lot of these opportunities do exist. So I want to leave a thought with you about the agenda for transformation, right? As we recover from the pandemic, right? Focusing on, of course, the year of recovery, as we like to call it, where getting the basics right and making sure that the costs are reined in, making sure the supplies are secured, and so on. But kindly also do consider the year of consolidation and year of excellence, which is going above and beyond merely sustaining the show, but to actually bring in best practices that can help to progressively unearth value for the organization. So that's my talk. We'll look forward to engaging with you during the workshops ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Narayanan, for your informative presentation. The next speaker is Mr. Kevin Baoke, Global CEO and founder of B2Wise. Prior to this, he was the managing director of Barlow World SCS for 20 years. He has 25 years of experience in supply chain planning and has worked on over 300 MRP and forecasting projects globally. He's a guest lecturer on MRP at Warwick University, UK and Polytech in Hong Kong. His presentation is Artistic versus Scientific Planning, Best Practices for a VUCA, or VUCA, VUCA World. Please help me in welcoming Kevin to the stage.
Well, I'm really honored to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. As I said, my name is Kevin Boak. I'm the Global CEO of B2Wise. I've asked my colleague, Ellen Janssen van Veeren, who's the head of our India, Middle East, and Africa organization, to join me and to participate in this presentation. So we're really honored to be here. So let's get going and let's talk about this fascinating subject that Naveen mentioned, DDMRP. Okay, how cool is that? Let's see how this goes. Okay, so Ellen, let's start off. Let me ask you a question before you come and join me here. What is the objective of planners in the world today? Okay, got it. Yeah.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, everyone. We deal with many companies, many different organizations, but the objective of planners and supply chain planners in any organization is really about maintaining the balance. And it's the balance between inventory in the organization, service levels that you're trying to maintain, and the ability, the capability that the business actually has to deliver that. Now, if you're unable to maintain the inventory or appropriate, correct levels of inventory in the organization, the factor that suffers is cash, the cash flow in the organization, that lifeblood of the business. If you're unable to maintain the service, that promise that you've made to the market, what's going to get hurt is your customer satisfaction levels and ultimately market share. Now, how planners are doing this, how they're maintaining this balance is in their primary process, which is really the replenishment process. The decision of how much do I need to order? How much do I need to buy from suppliers? How much do I need to manufacture? And when do I need to do that? When do I make that decision? And where does that inventory go? How do I deploy that decision? Now, regardless of who we deal with, and we deal with companies in multiple different industries around the world, the customer pains that we have are always the same. And it depends on who you're speaking to in the organization. Financial directors, they're saying we need to reduce costs, we need to reduce working capital. Our sales directors are saying we need to try and get a more accurate forecast, chasing that 90% forecast measure that Naveen had in his presentation earlier. The supply chain planner is just buried in data, buried in Excel, trying to calculate what is that replenishment number, that order that they need to be placing. And our production teams are saying we just need a stable plan so that we can manage our manufacturing process with clear priorities. And ultimately, on either side of the supply chain, our customers and suppliers are just ultimately upset about the entire situation. So now the question becomes, what are the different approaches that we see in industries for companies solving this problem?
Okay, so around the world, Ellen and I have worked in a lot of different places. There's always two approaches to solve the problem. You have the formal way of doing it, or we have the informal way of doing it. Another way to describe formal and informal is formal is scientific, and informal is artistic. And if you think about your brain, you have the left side of the brain and the right side of the brain. And your left side of the brain is all about systems, It's all about numbers. It's all about analytical thinking. The right side of your brain is that expressive, emotional side, is where we make gut calls, gut feels. We just seem to know what to do, and we become more like artists. So that's the way that you do it. If you are autistic in your business, what happens is you become reliant on an individual planner. You become reliant on an individual that just seems to know what's going on. They always seem to make the right call. They are specialists in your business. They understand the tribal knowledges, all the little nuances of your businesses. They're very good at gathering information and building up those Excel spreadsheets that we all love to hate. They know the numbers. They can just look at the numbers and see the problems very easily. And above all, they care. They care a lot about your business. And while you have these people, things normally work very well. However, in our experience, and where we deal with most companies, is the day that that planner leaves. Because every hero has his day. And the day that person walks out your business, you find, I have no process, I have no system, and I have no hero. And now I'm exposed to the elements. And this is where you've now got to start saying, how do I become scientific? How do I go build robust processes to make sure that I spend the money of the company in the most effective way? And that's what we want to go and do. So how do you become scientific? Number one, you've got to train your people. I always ask people, how many people in planning have been formally trained? And the answer, sadly, is very, very few. You've got to have good data. You've got to have formal systems. You've got to have formal reviews. And you need to adopt in a continuous improvement mindset. Getting these things work is not something you just buy, implement, and get going. It takes time. It's got to be built into the culture of the company. So how do you take a journey? How do you start? So if you're sitting at informal and you want to get to formal, what do? So the first thing you need is you need to have a vision. You need to have a methodology, a method that you decide to follow. You've got to be able to see what the end game is going to be. And that's the role of the senior managers in the business, is to define that vision and decide on that methodology that you're going to use. The next thing you need to do is you have to train your people. The next thing you do is you have to implement methodologies and information systems to give the people the right information. The next thing you've got to do is you've got to fix the data. Now, you'll notice here that I'm talking about implementing systems before I fix the data. And people always say to us, oh, but I must first fix the data before I implement systems. And my answer to that is no. The amount of companies that I've spoken to that say to us, oh, we've got to fix the data. I come back 7 years later, and you know what they say to me? Oh, I've got to fix the data. Because they have no tools on how to fix the data. So if you select the right systems, you have the right tools in order to fix the data. The next thing you do is you've got to document the process. You've got to write down exactly what people do, when they mean to do it, who's meant to do it, and you've got to follow up on those processes. The next thing you do is you've got to run continual improvement processes. And those processes have actually got to fix problems. We've all heard of the Pareto principle. So when we implement these continuous improvement processes, it's always about just choose the top 5 items, the top 5 processes, and get those fixed this week. And then come back next week, and then do the next top 5. And it's incredible how fast you will go and how the momentum speeds up in that process. And finally, you have to run formal review processes in your business. Alan mentioned that inventory, it's the cash that you spend. It's the biggest investment you make in your business. And I always turn around to senior guys and say to them, when's the last time did you attend an inventory meeting in your business? When you sat down with your planners and said, how are you spending your money? Because most guys don't actually attend those meetings. So you've got to get in there, and you've got to make sure that you show commitment to those meetings, because this is where you're going to make or break your company when it comes to decisions about what you stock and what service that you offer to the company. Okay, now obviously we can go through these, and these can be subjects that go on forever, but I'm going to focus now just on 2 things. The first one is the methodology, okay, and the second one is training. So in the methodology, what methodology do you choose? We live, as you heard Naveen talking about, a VUCA world. We live in a world that is exceptionally volatile. that is complex, that is ambiguous. And we've got to actually resolve, we've got to try and solve this. If you go on the internet and you type in planning systems, you get presented with a huge number of technologies that are world-class. Artificial intelligence. And every board meeting I go into, a CEO will say to me, how do I get artificial intelligence into my business? Machine learning. How do I get a machine to learn so I don't need to be so reliant on a planner? New part introduction, MERO, mixed multi-echelon inventory optimization. These technologies are out there and extremely powerful. But in order to leverage those technologies, you have to have an underlying planning methodology. And most of us who run ERP systems will have a methodology embedded in those tools called MRP, Materials Requirements Planning. And we take all those technologies that we spend millions of dollars on and we load them into those tools. And what happens is those tools, sadly, were invented in the 1960s and fundamentally haven't changed since. So we do all this clever maths and we then load it into an MRP system that is just not fit for purpose. So what do most companies do? And what have most companies done? They've stopped using MRP. And 95% of the companies we go to are using an Excel spreadsheet in order to plan their inventories. And they're completely dependent on that tool. Okay, so what has happened? 10 years ago in America, the Supply Chain Institute went to their chairperson, a lady by the name of Carol Patak, an MRP and planning expert who had been chairperson of APAC for 10 years, and they went to a lean expert called Chad Smith, and they said, things have got to change. We have to find a new methodology. So these two were given a task to go and redefine MRP. They spent a good 10 years investigating, researching, talking to all the authors, all the people that have come with most of the big methodologies, and they came up with this new concept called DDMRP. It was released in 2010, and it has really accelerated. The third edition of the book is now available, so if you go onto Amazon and you go type in DDMRP, you'll now see it's got its own book. And this methodology, which encompasses both MRP and Lean and theory of constraints and Six Sigma, is now becoming the best practice in Europe and North America on how companies are operating. To date, about 9,000 people have been formally trained through the methodology. Companies like Shell have put 200 to 350 people through the actual training and certified them. The industries that it covers is any company who's running MRP or running an Excel spreadsheet, this methodology can apply. The results that are being reported, you go on the internet, you'll see every single result you'd expect. Improved customer service, compression in lead time to market, right sizing of inventories, lower total costs, and probably the most important one down the bottom is a system that is easy and intuitive to use. And the one thing that every company that implements DDMRP reports is they stop using Excel to plan their inventories. And they become more formal, which is the goal that we want. So how do you go ahead? Step number one, you have to put thoughtware before software. So you have to get trained. So the Demand-Driven Institutes, all their courses have now been approved by the Supply Chain Management Organization in North America, and you can undertake these courses. The courses consist of a planner. This is for the people to understand the calculations, the everyday usage of it. The leader course, which is for the managers to make sure that they can understand how to manage the planners, and then for the boardroom on how do we do that long-term planning to make sure we bring that into our operating model. And that's how we undertake with it. Okay, so Alan, how does this training actually work?
Thanks, Kevin. Yes, like you said, training's step number one, and I personally am a big fan of thoughtware before software. We have to train our people to understand the logic that's behind the decisions that they're first taking. Now, the Institute has a fantastic basket of training to do that for individual planners, and the first step is what we call a demand-driven planner training course, a 2-day course that teaches you the mechanics of DDMRP. And you can see some of the modules that you work through. However, what we do find is we do the training with planners, and when they go back into their businesses, they struggle to cross the bridge between what the concept is and what the theory is, and practically applying that in their reality and in their environment. And anyone that goes for training from an organization will know once they come back in the business, their manager is saying, well, we've gone on this training, how do we pick this up and run and get actual sustainable business value? So we're a big fan of the Benjamin Franklin approach when it comes to training. It says, tell me and I'll forget, teach me and I'll remember, but involve me and I truly learned. And we want to drive that learning with the people we engage with so that they get that deeper understanding of the methods. And this is the method that we like to use to do that. It's a workshop we call DD Bricks, which immerses the planner in the methodology to tangibly feel the difference between what the theory is and how you actually manage this model in an environment. And it's the best way we find to bring the company along this journey of education and DDMRP. Now, we've trained thousands of people around the world around DD Bricks. It's a lot of fun that they have, which probably makes it easy to get people involved. But multinational organizations such as Michelin, Coca-Cola, Louis Vuitton, they've actually built this into their internal training logic, having trainers inside the business, expanding that in the organization to hundreds of people, not just in the manufacturing and supply chain area, but the components that touches, finance, sales, R&D, engineering. The whole business needs to understand this concept of tying directly to demand, to customer demand, pulling through the organization using flow principles, and this is a great vehicle to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Alan. So, coming away from here, I hope some of you are asking yourself the question, are we formal or are we informal? Are we scientific in how we run our business, or are we artistic? So what we do in order to help companies, we have a little survey that we've identified as 7 very basic questions. There's a QR code. If you want, you can scan that QR code. We can give it to you. You can go online and you can answer those questions. We'll tell you very simply what your answers are, but we'll show you on a global scale exactly how many people and what the rest of the world is thinking about this. A bit of a benchmarking exercise. Because we're at a conference, you always got to give something away at a conference, very important. So if you do that and you wanted to, we run a number of these DD Bricks sessions. We've actually learned to run them online, even though we much prefer them to do in person, because playing with Lego is a lot more fun than actually clicking on blocks and moving around on a computer screen. But we will afford you a discount on the next session that we run. So, guys, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. We're really honored that we were able to come and present you, and I hope that we've given you a little bit of food for thought for the rest of your day. Okay, thank you very much.
Now it's time for the first panel discussion, and I'd like to invite Mr. Mayank Singh, Executive Vice President and Group Editor of UMS, and the moderator of the session to please come up on stage. But before we do that, we're going to be playing a short video on December 6, 2021 at the Sheraton. There's going to be the awards, and nominations for this are going to close on October 31st. But let's have a look at the short video about the event that's coming up on December 6th. So as I mentioned, the Dossier Awards will be taking place on December 6th at the Sheraton. The award nominations close on October 31st, so we would appreciate if whoever wants to submit does submit before the deadline. It's time for the first panel discussion, and as soon as the chairs are set up, we will have Mr. Mayank Singh, Executive Vice President and Group Editor of UMS, as the moderator for the session. So once the chairs are there, Mayank, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Murtada. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the panel discussion on manufacturing, negotiating a new reality. It's my pleasure to invite on stage a stellar lineup of participants. Please welcome Mr. Manash Ranjan Sanyal, Chief Operating Officer, Raisooth Cement. Mr. Sanyal has over 32 years of working experience in diverse multicultural international environments like India, China, UAE, Oman, and Mongolia, with international giants like Holcim Cements and Heidelberg Cements, EBRD in different capacities. He is currently a member of the Products, Material and Concrete Committee of World Cement Association and has contributed to several international publications. Please welcome Mr. Manash. Our next panelist is Mr. Abdullah Said Al-Badri, CEO Voltamp Oman. He has over 26 years of experience in electricity distribution and supply management utility across Oman. He has led 2 distribution companies as the CEO, ensuring their safe, reliable, and profitable operations. Mr. Abdullah is an energetic and outcome-focused executive with extensive experience and a proven track record of bringing businesses together, working with boards and executive teams in delivering financial results. Welcome, Mr. Abdullah. Our next panelist is Ms. Cinzia Farizi, CEO Oman Cables. She has 30 years of experience in national and multinational companies. From 2014 to 2018, she was the CEO of Trenord, the second Italian railway company with 2,300 trains per day and 4,300 employees. She started her career in Pressmian Group in 2005 as the Sales and Marketing Director of Pressmian Italy and Switzerland. She later became the CEO of the India operations, moving as the Global Vice President of Energy and Infrastructure of the group. Over the past 2 years, she was the Chief Executive Officer of Pressmian Turkey. Please welcome Ms. Cinzia. Our next, please welcome back Ms. Ibtisam Al-Farouzi. She'll be representing the Madayan. She's the Director General of Investor Services, Ms. Ibtisam. Our next panelist is another industry stalwart. Please welcome Mr. Mohammad Harith Al-Barashti, CEO of Oman Fiber Optic. He has over 20 years of senior management experience in the telecom and manufacturing sectors. He has accelerated Oman Fiber's growth through a clear strategy path, diversifying the business with 2 additional divisions for deployment and telecom solutions. He was ranked 15th and 1st in Oman in MediaQuest Amy's 100 best performing CEOs from listed companies in the GCC states in 2016. The next panelist is Mr. Himanshu Mohapatra, Group General Manager Investments at Muscat Overseas Group. He has 2 decades of experience in investment banking, portfolio management, private equity, real estate development, strategic management, and organizational development. He has set up and acquired and managed multiple new businesses and projects for the group in real estate, education, healthcare, industrial, aquaculture, media, and communications. Welcome, Mr. Himanshu. And the final panelist is Mr. A.N. Venkat, CEO Al Jazeera Steel Products Company. Mr. Venkat has over 30 years of experience in the international steel industry at various management levels across the globe. In his previous engagement, he worked as Vice President Sales at Emirates Steel Company, Abu Dhabi. As a part of the Executive Management Committee, he was instrumental in the growth of a 1.5 million tons re-rolling facility into a 3.5 million tons completely integrated steel facility. Welcome, Mr. Venkat. I want to start with Ms. Ibtisam. Madayan's Vision 2040, it's kind of, it sets out the roadmap for the entire industrial sector. And you mentioned in your presentation, $15 billion of 15 million riyals of investment is what you're looking at. 270,000 jobs are being created. Tell us something about this vision.
First of all, we'd like to thank you to give us this opportunity to highlight on what Madayan is actually planning to contribute when it comes to the industrial sector. And as I mentioned in the presentation, that we are planning to actually expand across the country, and we have planned to have more than 5 new industrial cities in the coming few years, which will contribute heavily to actually attract more investments, based on sectors, investments when it comes to the logistics, commercial, and all of this effort will contribute ultimately to attract more investment, and as well as what they call it, impose more of labor force in the market. So we have just measured the growth during the last few years, and we have also set the plans for the coming few years. We make our target based on that. So this is what we are looking forward. However, we cannot achieve that without the collaboration and support from the government. As you are aware that the industrial cities are giving similar incentives that is given to the incentives outside for the industry outside the industrial cities. And Madain is actually a self-dependent organization where we have to pay for all of that world-class infrastructure. And eventually, we will be, we will be actually struggling if we haven't been given more incentives for those companies that are hosted within the industrial cities. So this vision can be made, and even better than these numbers, if we have good and ideal integration with the other government entities, as well as the support from the government when it comes to incentives and benefits.
Sure. No, we will keep on coming back to Madain's Vision 2040 because, we can't have a discussion without talking about that overarching plan. But I want Mr. Abdullah to come in here and, last 1 year, or at least from February, March, whenever we spoke to industry leaders, one phrase that we had is, we are keeping our heads above water. I mean, because the world has gone through like a once-in-a-century crisis. How was the experience and I want to start with World Time, how was the experience there? What did you do? Are there any learnings that others can learn from you? Okay, just about the COVID experience. I mean, how have we negotiated the last 1.5 years?
Well, for the last 1.5 year, of course, maintaining the safety of people in the factory, in the 3 factories we have in Sohar here and in Sohar and Muscat, was the primary really objective because the pandemic was evolving, day by day. Therefore, we were very keen to ensure that our people's safety is taking the right attention all the time, because that has an impact on the operation of the company at the end of the day. So that was really being maintained, regularly, I would say, throughout the last period, and still is going on. Of course, one of the major focus was really to look into the export and to put more emphasis on export. And for time, currently, almost we are 50%, supporting the local market and 50% exporting. And that wasn't really easy with the competitive environment we are operating in. But nevertheless, with the talent we have and, trying to widen the portfolio of the product we are manufacturing, we were able really to get, a good presence in GCC and in the MENA region generally.
You were still exporting during the last 1.5 years to your foreign markets? I mean, did you continue exporting to your markets?
Yes, we were exporting. Even during the pandemic, alhamdulillah, we managed to, export to the GCC market and also to some African countries.
Sure.
Despite of all the disturbance, in the supply chain
yeah,
and in the logistics.
Same question, Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Venkat. How was the last 1.5 years? I mean, and what have you done? Any one of you can go first. Yeah, please, sir.
Yeah, I mean, pandemic has affected all of us, as we know. It's huge disruptions on the supply chain, demand and supply. So both the supply side and the demand side were affected. Basically, in terms of supply side, we really made sure that basically we have all the inventory and raw materials we required. So we ordered much more than what we needed at the time because it's going to take a really long time for the shipping to arrive to Oman. And also the cost of shipping was very high. It went really 3 times more than normal cost of shipping. So we really made sure that basically we have the basic raw materials at that time. In terms of the safety of the employees, we really made sure that people, because we are manufacturing, we need to have people in place. So we made 3 shifts and tried to minimize the number of people interacting to each other at each shift. to make sure that they're safe. We basically coordinate with the Ministry of Health to imply all the regulations of the safety and health of our employees. And we also put above 60% of the people in administration are to work from home. So any people who are really not directly in manufacturing, they are working from home.
Sure. Yes, Ms. Venkat.
Yeah, I think as far as Jazeera is concerned, by the grace of God and good teamwork of all the people we've had, I think we've actually had a better year than many of the previous years. Okay. But the first priority for us in terms of handling the business was taking care of our people, ensuring that nobody fell seriously sick or ill. We gave a lot of priority to that area. That helped us in running our business without interruption. And I suppose the local health authorities in Sohar also helped us a lot. I have to thank them here as I sit here. Because there was a phase when we didn't know what it was and we were trying to handle it. And then there was a phase when we knew what it was more or less, and then we were handling it. And now we are at a phase which is a new normal. So we all know how to wear the mask, we all know what to do. So we continued, we managed the business first by managing the people, secondly by absolutely tightening our supply chain management. We just bought what was required. We went very close to our customers. We supplied to them just in time. And we had a lot of help from our industrial zone also, even in terms of the Sohar industrial estate, we had a lot of help. So I think if you are able to manage your people, your resources, which is scarce, and handle your customers the way they are supposed to be handled, I think you have a successful business. And I'm happy to say we've had one of the best years in Jazeera's history.
Okay, that's heartening to hear. And Himanshu, you manage a diversified portfolio. So if we have here leaders who are managing one company, you look after investments across the spectrum. Two questions. How have your investments done? Today, if you have the choice of putting in money, would you still pick manufacturing?
Yeah, manufacturing is a sector which is always recorded for any industry as a diversification and also backbone of any country. So we definitely going to invest in manufacturing. But which sector, this is basically selective, and which approach, whether we are into industry 04 or 03 or 02, that you have to decide as a sustainability and as the investment of return. But if you talk about what you address, what happened in the last 1.5 years and during pandemic, we have invested in multiple manufacturing. If I want to highlight maybe 3, which is a good example to showcase during the pandemic period. One, which is already operational, what are the challenges and what we face. Second, which is we done the constructions and commercial operations started during the pandemic. Another in the very development stage. So first one, if you come to the operational, which is the ferrochrome smelter. So if you see in early 2020, when the pandemic started, so our worries is pandemic is one, but the biggest worries are the entire commodity cycle. So is all down. So we have a double challenge actually in 2020. So definitely we face big issues. So our challenges not only managing the health and safety issue, also our feedstocks and also selling in the market, in the export market, because the price has gone down. So whether we will be competitive in the market in terms of pricing and production, and also at the same time the disruption. If you see by end of this mid of 2020 and now also the freight cost because of the container shortage is a huge, and the availability also has a problem. So disruption create a big issue. So 2020 was a big challenge. So we got the opportunity to restructure. In terms of financial restructure, even on the look at all the operational side with the support of the fantastic team and our partners. And by 2021, fortunately, and because the cycle has improved. And 2021, during the pandemic also is continuing. It is one of the best year for us. Sure. Similarly, if you see in the project development, we have another in the Sohar industrial area. We have one pharmaceutical, it's a unique pharmaceutical plant of API manufacturing. Okay, so which we have actually executed and started production during pandemic, but the challenges are different. Here, all the challenges, we have the equipments, we are not able to install it because we don't have the manpower and cannot bring it. Multiple challenges we face, even for the R&D to before the production, because pharmaceutical need stabilization report. We need lot of R&D we could not able to bring raw material because you need approval, that also takes time.
Sure.
Even authority to visit, give approval takes time. So multiple challenges we face.
Sure.
And the third, which we are in the development stage, is another chemical projects, which our definitely leading partner from India, we are a minority shareholders, which is the chemical industry, whose raw materials are all available in Oman and Salalah surrounding. So we thought it's the best opportunity to plan it, and we are almost in the financial close, and by end of the year, hopefully we start the manufacturing.
No, I mean, that's quite heartening to hear. I mean, we thought things are worse off, but at least all of you are saying best year or good enough year. That's quite heartening to hear. Ms. Sinzia, you're new to this country, but you've worked in multiple domains, multiple countries. How do you compare Oman's manufacturing sector? And you can speak from an OCI standpoint also, compared to the other countries that you've worked in.
Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
First of all, let me greet Your Excellencies and all the participants to this event, and also to congratulate you as organizer, because I think that today you finally feel us all side by side after many months of digital environment. Let me say that we have all around the world, but especially here in Oman, a special mission, which is the mission to link Oman to a sustainable future. We are doing so through our innovative product, and thank you for recognizing it. We are doing with sustainable investment, and we are doing with our full commitment, knowing that we are participating into the main industry supporting this country, and we are in Oman, but also outside Oman as a group, supporting the local economy in the country and abroad. I think that what we see particularly today, sure, during the last 2 years we have experienced something disruptive. While the pandemic was affecting the health and safety of people all around the world, we all experience a new way of living and working.
Sure.
What I think was particularly different or mainly particularly strong in this country was the deep attention to people first. And when I speak about people, I speak about how inclusive is this Omani country, much more than other experience, and if I compare to the most recent one I had.
Sure.
And inclusive environment means also to be able to produce an environment where you can cope up with the difficulties of the moment, such as the pandemic, but also you prepare the unexpected. We saw last week with this unfortunate event, we experienced, I saw a reaction, an immediate reaction that was bringing a sense of community. This is absolutely in line with our sustainable approach, where in effect we are trying to reread all our activities, not only at economical point of view, but also at social and environmental point of view, knowing that we have a big responsibility to return to the community considering the local community as a relevant stakeholders of our company.
That's a great point. We need to talk about that, and we will come back to that whole theme. Manash, either you guys are very brave or you know something that we don't know. You're investing in a new plant, almost 30 million riyals. Dollars. You're starting a new clinker facility in Dukum. I mean, why are you so confident, and what is going to happen of that enhanced production? Where are you going to get that absorbed?
Yeah. Good morning to all of you.
Yeah, it's working. It's working. Yeah, you keep it close to your.
Good morning to all of you. Yeah, coming back to your question, I think we can somewhat compare the situation with investing in stock markets, because the experts say the best time to invest in stock markets is when there is bloodbath. But you have to be courageous enough, you have the skill, because investing in a downturn market is nothing but catching a falling knife, actually. So you have to have that skill and that courage to catch that falling knife. And what it proves is that our top management is having that skill and that courage to invest in this downturn market also. We are investing in not only in Dukum, we are expanding our global footprints in Georgia and in Madagascar also, and in East Africa, that's in Kenya. We already owned a terminal in Maldives, which is operating. So slowly or silently, we are concreting our global footprints.
But why? I mean, why are you doing this as of now? Do you see that there's a lot of potential in this market or in the regional market?
Absolutely, absolutely. What we feel is that if you see this cement manufacturing or the cement production or the cement and concrete industry is nothing but a cyclical industry. So what we take it is that there will be downturns, there will be upturns. So what we have taken the approach is that we are taking this pandemic period or the downturn in the current scenario as the trough. So we are riding that, we are ready to ride that.
When is the upturn happening? You tell us.
Sorry?
When is the upturn going to happen? That's what we want
I think
to know.
upturn is going to happen this year itself,
Okay,
because all the experts are saying in 2022 will be very good for the manufacturing sector.
Okay, that's great.
And as you know that steel and cement is the backbone of the manufacturing sector.
Wonderful. Ms. Ibtisam, difficult times, how have you helped your tenants? What has Madain done to help their tenants during this period?
Again, what's the question?
I'm sorry, because I think the speakers on that side. How are you helping your tenants, your clients?
Actually, I'm glad that many of our clients are here today. And I'm also proud that some of them are, able to face this pandemic, and they were able to sustain and to maintain their operation. In fact, when they have been impacted, we were impacted as Madain. And actually not impacted, we were shaking, Whatever is impacting our partners and our investors, it's immediately impacting on Madain. So we had to take some of the action immediately. Some of them is to reduce the cost of the rent to 25% for 2021. We had also to take out all the penalties against the investors for 2 years. We had also to take out all the charges regarding the permits or whatever you call it, the license, any kind of payment should be done by the investors. It was taken out for this 2 years. Additionally, we have been trying to help them with their health and safety plans. We were giving them some sort of visits, guiding them through, giving them some instruction. And we have already also conducted, it's in the process, a study on how the industrial sector, especially within Madain, has impacted during the last 2 years. So we list down all the area that has been impacted, how to overcome this if it happen again, in the future. Yeah.
One good thing that came out of the pandemic, and this is what everyone says, is there's a thrust on digitalization or Industry 4.0 practices. So any one of you, if you can just start, and Mr. Abdullah, if you can tell us, how have you improved your efficiencies? Because that became important during this period.
As I said, this is, of course, it wasn't really an easy period for all of us. But we were keen, in fact, to look into the value chain and to look into the new product that is required here in Oman, required in GCC and, beyond GCC. And we have managed to get, orders for 220 kilovolts, which have been ordered today for Voltam. And a number of those transformers being already manufactured and dispatched. Others also in the pipeline. And the idea is that we really, a lot of initiatives being done really inside the organization to improve efficiency and revisit the product portfolio so that, we offset, the slowdown that happens as a result of the pandemic and the economic activities generally. So diversifying, I would say, the product portfolio was, one of the key learnings for us during the pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, that would be good to hear. Mr. Mohammed, is there anything else that you did? You come from a very strong telecom background. Did you implement any of the things that you did when you were in Ooredoo or some of the other places? Tell us something that you have done that others can learn from.
Yeah, I mean, the whole world now today is depending on the digital, so the automation is going to be the future of industry. And the whole thing is basically to reduce cost. If you find today, for example, we are competing with region Asians like India and China, where the labor cost is very low. So the only way that basically manufacturers here in the region can compete, we have to find a way to use technology as much as we can to reduce the labor cost. Okay, and so in Oman fiber industry, we have two manufacturing. We have the fiber manufacturing and we have the cable manufacturing. Basically, during pandemic, it was a lesson for us. We managed to reduce the number of people from the fiber from 19 to only 7. We operate with only 7 because we automated most of the functions in the factory. So this is really has reduced the cost. As I said, there are only two parallel lines, the cost of production and customer willingness to pay. And during this pandemic, a lot of customer willingness to pay went down. So we had no option but to reduce the cost of our production. And also the fiber prices is like the oil price. They really collapsed. At one time when we started to build the factory, they were about $10 per fiber kilometer, and they dropped to $3.7. And our cost was basically much above that, So we had no option but basically to find ways to reduce our fiber cost.
A quick word, Himanshu, Venkat, anyone? Industry 4.0, digitalization, way forward?
Currently, if you see in Oman, the majority of our industry are Industry 3, or some are also 2 yet. Industry 4, for that, definitely it will bring a lot of efficiency in terms of the machine learning and smart manufacturing. Maybe it's controlled with a dashboard, even phone, enter your system. And forecasting demand. In a manufacturing, the most critical thing is forecasting demand. And based on that, the supply chain, the procurement, and inventories depend. With big data analytics, the forecasting, even the pricing forecasting to some extent possible, and the lean supply chain, which is the quicker turnover and quick cash turnover, is also possible with that. So if you see, I can give example in our pharmaceutical industry, so where definitely industry 3, everybody is there. Everybody has the ERP system, everybody has certain extent automation. But in terms of our quality assessments or analytics, so those who are developing some new software, so which will help us to enhance customer and also the regulatory approvals. So hopefully that will enhance the efficiency and meet the customer demands.
Okay, the manufacturing sector also is very important for the country. Yeah. If His Majesty's Vision 2040 has to be realized, manufacturing has to do well. 28% of export has to come from manufacturing by 2040. Now, and I know this is a very sensitive topic, but I think in the industry forum this needs to be raised. Oman is not a big enough market to absorb all your production, so you're very dependent on exports. Now, a lot of people say that the cost of doing business is going up in Oman, and subsidies have been removed here because there are competing multiple objectives for the country which need to be achieved. Omanization or skilling and of national talent, that adds an additional burden, and you're going up against India, China, Saudi Arabia, UAE. How do we make this sector more competitive internationally? How do we unlock the potential of exports? And any one of you can possibly start.
Okay. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, please.
It's very well known that capital finds its way to the path of least resistance or maximum facilitation. If somebody is going to invest capital in this country, it is going to compete, it is going to face competitive economics from the rest of the region. If the capital has to flow into Oman, I think a little more facilitation is required, to say the least. I think a lot of things are being done. Of course, there are certain constraints in terms of finances, so certain subsidies are being removed. But I would look at, the government should probably look at, or the authorities should probably look at targeted subsidies. For example, you have target-based subsidies, like some of the other countries in the region have. Suppose you have a competing requirement for localization. You say this is the target, if this is the localization percentage reach, this will be the subsidy in your electricity tariff. That's being done now in certain areas. Then you give other performance-based targets. For example, if this is the amount of revenue you get from exports, value-added exports, then this will be probably the small incremental reduction in taxation on you. I think if there are performance-based incentives, rather than incentives per se, I think then we have a clear roadmap as to how we want to go ahead.
Sure.
I will just have to add.
Yeah, quick word.
Yeah. So actually, I just want to add, Mr. Venkat, as you say incentives, it's both sides, not only cost but also time. Okay, if you say the cost side, if our raw materials are in Oman and we are utilizing, still we will be competitive. But if you are utilizing, we should give some incentives so that definitely everybody will attract the investor to come here.
Sure.
But if you are completely importing our thing and exporting because you are utilizing this platform as a logistic platform and creating value, then we should be competitive in terms of our utility, in terms of our regional, let's say UAE and other free zones and everything. At least we should be lower or competitive in terms of every aspect. Then, and also in terms of timing for all approvals and everything. Sure. Then definitely the capital will flow. Sure. I don't see there will be any.
Great. Yeah, please, Mr. Ibsam. No, please go ahead, please. No, anyone. Yeah, Ms. Ibsam, Ms.
Yeah,
Mohammed,
this discussion was going on this week as well in one of the workshops with Tanfeed, that the industrial sector need more motivation based on the performance. So we have to rank the companies who are very also, punctual, committed to the added value to the economy, localization and so on, and they have to be treated based on that when it comes to subsidies, when it comes to taxation and so on. So this, idea has been discussed widely, and I think it is getting its way. Even within Madain itself, we are, discussing how to just ranking our investor based on their commitment as well, and give them some sort of incentives based on that. And this process has to be digitalized, otherwise it will get, messed up. So this is one of our digital transformation target. It will be implemented there. Apart from that, actually, we have seen that most of the companies are facing problem during the pandemic, as he said, to bring laborers for their production line, like for assembling and so on. And it was, rejected from the, the committee which is in charge. So in Madain, we were able to actually get some of sort of exceptions for our industrial to bring their, specialists, experts to do their job within the factory, so we don't delay their work or cost them more of, to reduce their the cost of keeping these machines for a long time without working.
But these are only for certain areas in your cities, or is it for everyone?
We are dealing only with our clients.
Only with your plants.
Yes.
Okay.
And it was successful sort of for me.
Mr. Mohammed, you want to say something?
This is a very important subject to talk about foreign direct investment in the country. If we look at the positive side, I think Oman, in terms of geographical location, we are in a very good location. We have good infrastructure, political, very stable. So we have really very good criteria to attract people to come in. But still, as you understand today, there's a huge competition. Everybody wants foreign direct investment. And today, an investor, when he comes, he's got so many options. Where should he put his money, here or another? As I said, the demography helps us because we are open to Africa, East Africa. So we will not only look, and we also sit near to the very rich region as well. So you have all the GCC, you have the Middle East, and you have the path for Africa. So we have that all advantage. But still, I think we need to ease our regulations. Really, the regulations still, we need to make sure that they are stable regulations for long term. So to the factor the risk, if somebody is really going to invest his money, he doesn't want to see regulations change on whatever it is, especially labor laws, taxation regulations. We have to encourage people to export. So we have to find a way to rebate the tax for people really exporting. We need to encourage people to use technology. Technology is really important. The whole world is going into technology. This is the competition in the future. So we have to really to encourage companies to use technology. We have to incentivize companies to use technology. We have to fuel the SMEs. For example, today, we have to support SMEs because they are the fuel of economy. We really need to make sure that the government really incentivizes these SMEs to come up. And that's really very important. That's what they call CSV, corporate social value, in a way that, you bring up small companies and make sure that they maintain the standard, because we cannot work alone. In industry, when it comes to job creation, it's 1 to 4. So you have one working for you, have indirect employment where people basically benefit from that industry, maybe another 4 people outside in terms of logistics and others. So I think this is very important sector to ensure the government to really push it. And today the contribution of the industry is below 16%, and anything below 6% is 16% is not good. Normally people aim from 16 to 30%. That's what it should be, and that's the vision 2040. So I feel we are going in the right direction, but we need to move quickly.
Faster. Yeah, okay, I'll just add the important point that you're raising, that we need some sort of incentivization, we need some sort of enabling regulations. One thing which a lot of people tell me is like that government still works in silos. So when we go, there are too many departments, everyone has their own rules. So it takes time, and an investor will not wait for so long because he has other options. Old times experience, and I want to touch about how do we promote exports and what can be done to help this industry.
Well, my understanding that there is a lengthy discussion already took place on how to facilitate and help, the investors. And recently there was a full-day workshop organized by Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and it tackled that in detail. We are really optimistic that many outcomes from that workshop will find its way to facilitate and smoothen the current tedious process sometimes. There is the willingness. We have seen really seriousness from the top officials of the government authorities, to facilitate whatever needed. There was participation from all stakeholders, with the tender board, various ministries, just to ensure that, they are keen to find a way to facilitate.
No, absolutely. The intent is there. I've never seen, I've lived in this country forever now, but I've never seen this kind of energy and dynamism that I've seen in the last 1.5 years. A lot of things happening on an everyday basis, but the intent is there. But what about the execution? Are we failing there? Is there a mismatch between, okay, we all want to get there, but we are probably not getting there in the proper way?
It seems, there is various stakeholders. That's why, the minister was keen to have or establish a task force, and they report to him directly, just to ensure that all the stakeholders' views being taken into consideration, and whatever legislation required, can be, issued.
Okay. Since here, Manash, sorry, we haven't come back to you. Your thoughts on this? Promoting exports from the country, making the industry more competitive. What can be the enablers to unlock the potential of this sector?
Let's say I fully agree with the proposal that came out. I think that we as manufacturing community, we are all ready to do our part. We know that we have in front a huge moment with this 2040 vision, in which each one of us can make his own part. It's a great challenge, but it's also a big opportunity for us to participate. We can participate in the country, we can participate abroad. We are ready to continue transfer technology, to increase knowledge of our people. We are committed to create a sustainability academy very soon. We are preparing a regional leadership program to train Omani people and to train from all over the world in Oman. So I think that what we need is to be very strong in the country in order to be strong abroad. We represent Oman in most part of the GCC country actively, but our aim, our scope today is to go much beyond and to become excellence center from our group all around the world. In this moment, our products are going to South America, South Africa, Central East Europe, West Europe. We certainly need to be encouraging this.
Okay, sure.
This is extremely important.
Manash?
Hello. Yeah, just coming back to a question. Export is not an other option. Export is nothing but a survival tool for Raisut Cement actually. We are exporting nearly 60 to 70% of our manufacturing products. So when you do like this in a world common market scenario, you have to be very competitive. So one request to His Excellencies in the ministry is that to create that level playing field to sustain these exports. For example, the fuel which we are paying is, price which we are paying is about 30% more than the average price in the world. So this is one area which is very pressing us to not to become this globally competitive. So our request is that His Excellency, the ministry should take care of this. And second thing, what I want to say is that this is from my experience when I came here 2 years before. Very small, even precision jobs, we are not able to do it here. I can share the experience. One of our gearboxes failed in 2019. So the machining was done we sent it to Muscat workshop. We sent it to Muscat workshop. They did the machining, but they could not do the precision aligning. For that reason, we have to send that same gearbox to Dubai. And in this process,
that competence doesn't exist here. What is the problem?
No, what I want to tell is that then when we analyzed the reason, we came to know that this workshop in Muscat is not having that precision tools, which is not costing too much. Maybe they are not investing because they are not getting that sort of revenue or the jobs to maintain the focus. So my request to the government is that they should focus on developing all these SMEs, which are ancillary basically, and which will support the big industries.
What are you doing to support SMEs? Why didn't you help someone? Because this is something that you require. Why I'm going to play the devil's advocate here because there's no one from the government here. And we have been organizing these seminars for the last 12, 13 years. And private sector comes and complains and complains and complains. But people also say, what is the private sector doing? Is it an entitled private sector? And like Manash, I'm sorry to say, but why are you not helping? You understand that it's important for the country, it's important for you.
Not true.
Lend them a helping hand.
True. Acknowledging your this question is that there are so many areas where you need this sort of expertise or focus. So as a big industry, Raisut, they cannot say enter into all these SMEs to support them, but they can give the guidance. That is what.
It's a good starting point. For my last big point is, the manufacturing sector also has to be a big job creator for the country. If a lot of young Omanis have to be employed, manufacturing has to play a crucial role. Now, a lot of leaders say, Omanization, we are already doing 20%, 30%, they're asking us to do more. Now, is that the right way to go? And what are all of you doing? I mean, the pandemic has also shown us that businesses has to be sustainable. It's not just earning profits for the owners, but for the community, for the stakeholders, and for the country or the community. What are all of you doing from your standpoint of view to help the country, employ more Omanis, create value creation on a larger scale? And Cynthia, why don't you start? You've been talking about community. I mean, let's start with you.
Yes, I already partially answered to this question. In this moment, we have roughly 49 Omanization in our company. I arrived a few months ago, and one of the main points was really to identify any possible area to increase knowledge in the country, for the country. This, I think, it is extremely important. It has to be recognized. It is extremely important and recognized, and we have to continue to extend this learning on a daily basis. We are doing effectively.
Sure. Venkat, why just 46%? Why not 99%? I mean, that's my question. What should be the roadmap to reach there?
It depends on the type of the industry,
Okay.
Mike. You know, if an industry requires a lot of technological input, okay, if you look at what Jazeera had a turnover of around 50 million riyals about 10 years back. Today we are at 130 million riyals. We used to employ about less than 400 people. Today we directly employ about 650, 700 people and indirectly employ about 2,000 people. We are a steel manufacturing company. We have a lot of technology involved in it. So as the company grows and as the country grows, technical competence grows. And as the technical competence grows, we didn't have Omani engineers working in the plant about 10 years back. Today we have a lot many of them. So as the colleges and everybody, polytechnics and everybody turn out technical people or competent, skilled people, more and more people can come in slowly. Okay? So that's the way to do it. I mean, mindlessly recruiting people is not going to help them or help us. At the end of the day, people who work need to be empowered to supervise, to carry out what they're doing, and they need to be trained. So we have even started a small internship program now, recently. So that's how we need to go. There's no point talking numbers. We need to talk quality. What are you doing with those people? You can have 10 people as, sorry to say, as lower level people, but does that help the society? It doesn't help the society.
Mr. Mohammed, any thoughts on that?
Yes.
Yeah, please, Ms. Ibsan. No, anyone.
Actually, we have been studying what is really missing to provide this business environment that we are talking about. And one of the bottleneck is the labor force and the percentage required by the authority to just reach that percentage. And then we came up with an idea that is almost 90% is done. We need just to sign the agreement, SLA, with Ministry of Labor, which is based on that we will be, as Madain, studying all the employment plan for each factory. We will just sit with the investors. We negotiate, what do you need to do in this production line? Okay, we have the skills in Oman. If you don't have the skills in Oman, you will be entitled to bring from abroad, and then you can replace by, like, in 2 years, 3 years. And we will be also considering the qualification, the experts in specific industry. Like, for example, medical industry, they cannot just rely on the locals because it's very sophisticated industry. And such kind of flexibility and based on win situation that has been taken into consideration in this proposal. We have already signed with the Ministry of Labor that we have their representative in all of our industrial city. They will be implementing this concept. It's really hard to actually make this shift and change because you are taking authority out of, people. But at the same time, I think the long-term impact on this plan, it will come within 3 years. We will see proper replacement for localization, skilled labor force in the right place, and also we will not, harm the investor at the same time. The investor has to give me the plan. Like for example, in 2024, I would like to get this qualification, so I can send it to Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Higher Education, that this is our requirements in 2024.
Sure.
So we are trying to bring all the parties, stakeholders together, and we come up with an idea that.
Okay. Yeah. So you heard what Ms. Sam has to say. Does that give you confidence that this is the way to go about it, or you have some other suggestions? Mr. Mohammed, Ms. Abdullah,
I just want to add something small about
please,
just very short, just about this. My colleagues here, I'm supporting 100% what my colleagues are saying here. That's very true. So Omanization, 100% Omanization, in my opinion, is not good because this is a based knowledge economy. So we want mix. We want people to bring knowledge so we can learn from each other. So I would say 70-30, if we can achieve it, it's good to understand. But we need basically to train our people. So training is the most important thing to make sure that people get the skills, the right skills. The education system needs to change. To understand. I mean, today, education system is more kind of theoretical, academic than practical. So we need basically to have institutions who train people on practical work, and then automatically Omanization will take place because anybody who comes to invest here, he would prefer to have local people to employ. To understand. Why should he bring people from outside if the local people are available and they're very efficient, well-trained, they have good skills? So that, I think, automatically it will adjust if we focus on training Omanis. And I think the Minister of Manpower now comes with a scheme that basically they pay for their salary for the first year and the second year 50%. That's really good scheme. It gives confidence to companies that basically to take Omanis and try them and see. And to be honest, with the experience we have, some of them are really good. I mean, I employed Omanis in the fiber, and it was a new completely new manufacture. The technology is really high. It's one of the highest technology you have in the country, basically converting preforms into fiber optic. And they managed to do it well. And we were worrying before, or they have no experience. Graduates, fresh graduates, but with the right training, we send them to Japan, we train them locally, and they are excellent, doing really good. So this is a question of training and training and training again.
Himanshu, any thoughts?
Yeah, actually, this, as you told, it's Omanization is non-negotiable, and it is every investors and the stakeholders here is a commitment. But how you approach it, actually, putting a quota or percentage is useful, or really we need the root cause, means in terms of the skill set mapping, okay, and the training. There is a gap is there, the manufacturing skill required and what is available locally, there is a gap, and there is a time to bridge it. Second, in the cost. Suppose you are in manufacturing, cost is your consciousness. So in terms of cost, whether you, what is the cost in our neighboring country in terms of labor cost and where we are. And in terms of mapping the manpower also, whether in the school stage, whether we are looking for where the person is looking towards, what is his interest and which interest will go. And we should train him in the current requirement or a future requirement.
Sure.
So we are into, let's say, Revolution 3. Revolution 4 is a smart technology, machine learning. So whether manufacturing sector will be the major contributor of the workforce, or it will be all automated. So if they are trained towards that, I think the gap and the breeze will be there. And as it is a continuous process, what it was 10 years before and now is a big change. A lot of people are there in the sector and say it's going forward, it will happen.
Yes, sorry to cut you. If you have anything else to add to this, anything that you want to share on this topic, Mr. Abdullah, Mr. Manash?
If I may add, probably more collaboration from the industrial sector with the academic institutions and institutes, just to ensure that, as rightly, one of the colleagues just mentioned, that the skills required for the industry to some extent are being, built in those, undergrads.
Yeah, coming back to your question, I fully agree with him that it is basically the need of the hour to have more collaboration of the academic institutes with the industry, so that industry-specific concerns can be addressed.
Sure.
For example, I can give you one example. We are going to be the first plant in Oman to start this waste heat recovery system, which is nothing but a part of sustainable energy initiative. And this will help us in saving nearly 25 to 30% of energy costs. But when I am thinking of, it's just, it will be commissioned by December this year. Now we are thinking of running this waste heat recovery system. I find that this specific requirement of the thermal engineering, it has not been taught in Oman. So we have to depend on external skilled forces.
Sure.
So this is one area which has to be
So have you sounded the educational institutions here about the need of creating something like this?
No, we have not sounded, but we are scouting through that who can be best fit under this current scenario.
Sure. We have to close, but I want to touch upon one thing, Ms. Ipsasam. You already have 10 industrial states that Madan is managing, and you're putting up new ones in Ibri, Thumret, Shinaz, Al Mudhebi, and Al Rodha. Is there a danger that everyone else, there'll be over competition in this market? Would it be better to have a cluster-based thing? So you have one industrial state which does X, and there's another industrial state which does Y. Is that something that you're looking into?
In fact, we are opening those industrial estate for investment through PPP model. So we are trying to attract, to promote it as an investment opportunity. So the investor can do their studies based on that, based on the location. We are opening, and this is one of the actually side we are taking off is in consideration is that those industries should be cluster-based, but studies hasn't been done on that. It's all open to the investment. They can do their studies. We are just providing them with the initial data. But yes.
Okay, that's good. Any thoughts, anyone else on a cluster-based approach? Is that better?
Yeah, just want to highlight one here, means whatever the industrial zone or the free zone has been, industrial city has been developed, it is designed as a plan of the zoning and definitely for the cluster. But in the real sense of cluster, it's not only bringing the manufacturing plants, also there should be some kind of a industrial innovation backed by knowledge industry. If the entire supply chain or the competing industry in the same place with a backed by industrial innovation or the knowledge-based industry which give the technology or innovation in the products or in terms of supply chain or in terms of new market or new use of the products, and we have a cluster of industry, then getting manpower, getting the supply chain, everything will be seamless, everything will be cost effective, and we create our own competitive advantage. So what we are doing as per 2040 vision is right. Maybe in the execution side, we have to look at some tactical strategies.
Okay. We are completely run out of time. Just the last thing, 1 minute each or probably less than that. One recommendation, one suggestion, one wish list that you have to unlock the potential of the sector. Manash, you can start.
The recommendation is that industry should more collaborate with the institutes so that the specific needs can be addressed to by the institutes. And what I feel is that there is some room for government's intervention is that in the sense that these institutes should be forced to have some sort of, say, internal training or industrial training sort of thing. I am here for the last 2.5 years or so, but I have seen very few candidates coming from these institutes as industrial training.
Sure, collaboration.
So, collaboration and this will help to bridge the gap.
Sure. Mr. Abdullah?
Yeah, we are looking really forward for acceleration for getting the in-country value legislations out.
Sure. Ms. Inzia?
Innovation, transfer of technology, knowledge, sustainability. I think we have a lot of challenge altogether as manufacturer community. We need a strong link. We need to be strong in the country if we want to be strong abroad.
Great.
It's a big opportunity, but also a big responsibility we have all together.
Sure. Ms. Ibtasam?
Yeah, support. We need support from the other government entities in the investment cycle to achieve our vision 2040 and eventually to achieve Oman overall vision.
Mr. Mohammed?
Yeah, a few days back we had a workshop between the government and the industry looking at all the challenges, and I think that was a very excellent workshop that basically together we try to understand the challenge and find a solution for that. We need more of these, and I think the next one should be with international investors. We need to bring them here to listen from them what basically will attract them to invest in Oman. Such workshops will help the government to come with new regulations to understand exactly what they need to do to make sure that this money is coming to Oman for investment and to create jobs for our young boys and girls.
Before anyone wants any questions, anyone has any questions for the panel? Yeah, please, can we get a mic there, please? To the gentleman there.
Good afternoon. My name is Amol. My question is to Mr. Sanyal. First of all, I appreciate the thoughts and views, whatever he has put when he's setting up a new plant. Now, my direct question is, being Omani company, SAOG company, for this project, are you confirming to ICV, means whatever the products or whatever the services you will use for this plant, are you confirming to that?
Are you confirming to IC?
Yeah, definitely we have to confirm. And if you see in perspective, actually whatever plant we are setting up in Dukum is not a new thing for us. It is just a cement extended manufacturing facility at Dukum. And please don't forget that we are now consolidating our global footprints. So we are very much confident in achieving our targets and to compete globally.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, no, are you satisfied with the answer? You want to ask anything else? No, okay. Anyone else? Mr. Verma.
Well, let me give you a little more perspective from the manufacturing side. We have operations across Sohar, Dukum, Muscat, and we have large footprints as well. But let me just tell you what could, further enhance manufacturing sector. One is that we need to look at two aspects in terms of Engineer Mohammed and Engineer Abdullah as well, and Venkat and all. They really said the right thing. One is that on the professional side, we have enough Omani talent, and we are experiencing that. And the new people and the new young generation is very, very motivated, and they're giving a lot of value. So that's that. But on the other side, on the shop floor side, on the loading side, because manufacturing is not an easy game. It has a lot of shop floor level working and a lot of heat, etc., outside environment available. So on the shop floor, I think we have to release manpower constraints. So that will help a lot to run the daily operations on a very lower level. And all countries are doing that. And as far as building national talent, I'm absolutely sure that national talent can be built very, very wisely by way of expansion rather than contraction. That's first. Second is that on the office side, on the professional side, I have ladies who are operating my PLC-based operating system who are Omani girls, and they're wonderful. And I must tell you, it's very, very heartening to know that in the last 10 years, there's a major shift in mindset in terms of working in the private sector. But on the lower levels, we don't have the industry to struggle to get manpower for loading aspects, for forklift operations, or, even because, this is very, very difficult, 12-hour working sometimes filling in for absenteeism. So these kind of things, locking the company, not releasing that may not be very helpful. So that's just a suggestion, but I think Engineer Abdullah and Engineer Mohammed also said the same thing, and Ibtisam said the same thing, that she's working with the government. So what best change agents can be there except these people who are, representing the manufacturing industry. But if you enable the industry, it is worthwhile to do that in terms of basic level requirements. Lock the company, that's not right. And somewhere on the labor laws, we have to deprotect so that there is a certain will to work more efficiently, which is very less now because we have found very, very productive Omani complement on a lot of senior levels and a lot of mid-levels and junior levels. We have very good talent coming in, and we are fostering this talent quite a lot.
Sure. No,
so that's my perspective
Thank you, Mr. Verma.
on the manufacturing side.
It's very
Thank
valid.
you. Sorry for your time.
No. Anyone else? Just a last thing, otherwise we will. Okay, there's a gentleman behind. Can you just get a mic there, please?
My question is about emerging technologies like application of Industry 4.0, industrial Internet of Things, so on and so forth. It is widely accepted that implementation of these technologies is going to enable, a bigger transformation towards smart factory in the future. Is the industry in Oman motivated enough to quickly adapt these technologies? And also I can rephrase the question another way. What can motivate the industry to accelerate this transformation towards smart factory?
No, can you have the mic there, because we'll get to both the questions answered at the same time. The gentleman here who wants to ask a question, and then we'll close.
More than a question, this is a comment, and I think it's somehow maybe related to the gentleman what he just said. One is, as our CEO also mentioned, the innovation is the key in some of the manufacturing sectors. And we have seen the trend for the sustainability. So the innovation and sustainability has to go in hand. So, I mean, so from the government side, there should be more encouragement in terms of the innovation. So for example, many countries give the incentives to the companies for coming up with the new technology, new product. There is some protection from the government or encouragement that we have seen. Another thing is the patents, right? So many countries have those systems very well set up, and there is a lot of discussions on those topics. So from the government side, also there should be some encouragement towards that.
Sure.
Also, just one thing, some companies do, for example, Procter & Gamble, very famous, do the innovation called as open innovation. So there should be some kind of conducive environment to encourage such kind of innovation.
No point. Mr. Prasam, quick word. Are you incentivizing innovation in the country? Is Madain helping? Someone wants to bring in innovation?
Yes, as I mentioned, we have started the Industrial Innovation Center since long time back with the research center, and they have been contributing in this side with the investment, and they have came up with a new idea when it comes to reduction of new techniques to reduce the cost within the. So I think the scope of the innovation center will expand, and it will work in coordination with the higher education as well, with the research, the other research center, and they will work on this side.
Venkat, closing remarks, but the gentleman's question is, there's a willingness and there's a preparedness in terms of the Omani industry to adapt to innovation? That's what the gentleman behind was asking.
Mayank, I don't think we have but no choice. Okay. Unless we innovate and automate, especially in the labor-intensive areas, from a post-pandemic preparation scenario, we will not be prepared. Unless we automate, unless we innovate, it's good to talk Industry 4.0 and all, but basic automation is lacking in many industries.
Sure.
We find it easier to employ labor at the lowest level. I'm talking at the lowest level.
Sure.
Those areas can be easily automated.
Yeah.
I have one quick suggestion for Madam Madain. I think what is lacking, why I find lacking in many engineers who come fresh from the college, whether it be Omanis or even other nationalities, is practical approach to engineering, especially in a manufacturing industry. It would be a good idea to have a post-graduation and post-undergrad technical institute within Madain. And these people can come for training to the various industries. For example, for PLC training, you can depute some of them to various manufacturing facilities like ours. So that pool of people will be really trained when they come in, rather than take 3-4 years to learn what they have to do.
Great. Himanshu, last words, and we close with that.
Yeah. Actually, that was also my wish list in the innovation, but talking about innovation, there are 3 parts I want to tell. One is technological innovation, everybody told, which before that, but we need to have a culture of innovation. Culture means risk-taking culture, openness, adapting to the change, where the people and the workforce should be really adapt to the change and risk-taking attitude. And the government should support for that kind of investment, which may fail. If you may invest 10 technology or 100 technology, maybe 2 or 3 successful, that will give a fantastic return. But you need to have that kind of work culture. How to get into innovation? As he mentioned, today or tomorrow we have to. There is no other option if you want to be there. Easiest way is tie up with the technological innovative company and bring them here with, of course, the private participation and internal participation, and change our culture. It's not only technology innovation. We can do product innovation, market innovation, process innovation, everything. It's come within the company, within the organization. We should create that culture. And with that, with incentives, I think it's all possible.
That's a good note to close this discussion on. I guess it's not a matter of choice, but a necessity. So thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies. And can we have a huge round of applause for the panelists, please?
Alam Al-Iqtisad Awards 2021 will recognize corporates and business leaders. The gala evening will take place on November 30th at Al Bustan Palace and Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Let's look at a short video on the event. we'll take a short coffee and networking break now, as we have an enriching second half of the summit waiting on the other side of the break. I'd request everyone to please assemble back here in 20 minutes. Thank you very much. The next presenter, Mr. Mohammed, has a rich experience in the marketing and sales function. Let's give him a round of applause. The topic of his presentation is the role of Credit Oman in empowering the private sector. Please help me in welcoming Mohammed to the stage.
Hello, everyone. It is my pleasure, honestly, to give presentation and to have a chance to give an outline of Credit Oman service and to talk about Credit Oman to whom doesn't know about it. And I do believe that many of you come across or has known Credit Oman before. Yeah. So regarding my presentation, I'll go through the following points, which is talking about Credit Oman, key figures, Vision 2040, Oman's trade potential, why such a companies to go for credit service, and then the product that recently we have developed and introduced based upon the market needs and our company needs. Credit Oman is a state-owned company which is founded since November 1991, and it was starting as a unit in Oman Development Bank under the name EGFU, which is Export Guarantee Financial Unit. And then it became as Export Credit Guarantee Agency of Oman. In the last 2 years, the management decided to come up with a commercial and good sound commercial name, which is Credit Oman. The main reason of existing such a company like us is to promote trade. Luckily now, under this roof, so many of business owners. So it will be a good chance for all of you to know about Credit Oman and how this company will empower you and will expand your business as well, locally and internationally. Knowing that you don't have any more to constrain your business on only looking after cash business, and also you can go ahead with the credit business, which do have a big potential locally and internationally as well. In Credit Oman, we do have our values, which truly it was made so the company stand on a solid ground internally and externally. And also this will lead Credit Oman to add value across 5 sectors which form the diversification of national economy. And also to promote the objectives which was outlined in Oman Vision 2040. We didn't forget about transparency and governance, which we are dedicated to integrate and accountability to safeguard our stakeholders. This one is a key fact of how Credit Oman achieved, or where this Credit Oman stand as of today. As you can see now, we in 2020 we cover more than 250 Omani companies, and the coverage it led to those companies to cross beyond Oman and entering to a new market which was not even coming to their mind to get in. And I should share now with you, see now, 150 markets, including some countries which is located in South America, like Peru, like Chile, and also some countries which is many companies don't even think to deal with, in Africa, like Benin. So many of our clients do have intention to go ahead with entering new markets because of availing Credit Oman services. This was the insured sales for 2020. The total insures is 112 million total. And if you can see now, compare domestic to the export, the export is almost 3 times of domestic. It gives the idea how availing such a service, it let the company to move ahead, not only to look to the local market, and to expand their business beyond what their imagination was before. This one is since inception. We cover 2.2 billion total sales. And as you can see, 1.9 billion was in export, while 300 million in domestic sales. The right part of the slide, you can see the number of policies which is active as of today. In total, 87. 37 out of them only availing for domestic business, while 50 of the policies are active for export business. This one, as you can see, only 6 sectors, but Credit Oman covering entire sectors, which is, in short, as I can recall it, 11 sectors, including as well garments and fabrics. Now, this one, the trade figures, which we obtained from International Trade Center, it shows you how there is a big chance of entering international markets. You can see there is a volume of export is 3.2 billion only, compared to the volume of import is 9 billion. And as of now, we do have mainly exporting to the following 5 countries, which is topping with the UAE, followed by KSA, India, Qatar, and United States of America. Through our analysis of the data, we got it from the government's resources. We noticed there is 2 billion gap of business which is untapped, and Credit Oman can play a good role on that to promote or to enhance the companies to avail this, the gap, and filling the gap of the 2 billion, which is not covered yet as of today. Now, why credit insurance? Credit insurance mainly is represented as safeguard for you and a protecting shield. Means you cannot only put a condition of your sales on cash base only. Believe us, through our experience in entering to the market, and as all of you are aware, putting all your business on cash, it limits your expansion, and also it limits gaining new clients into your portfolio. Plus, it will put some limitation and constraint to enter to new overseas markets. Also, those finance people, they understand very well this one. Regarding keep a provision on your balance sheet, obtaining such a coverage from Credit Oman, you're moving the risks from your books to our books. So your financials will look healthy and will look, okay, even if you present to the banks. And also, it gives you one step ahead to know the market before entering. So, Credit Oman analyze the country that you have an intention to go to it, the sector, down up to the buyer himself. So, you don't have to say no to the buyer, whether he came from any place and on any terms. We investigate about this buyer before you're proceeding with any transaction with them. Recently, we have introduced 5 numbers of products and we share those products to corporate clients and banks as well. We do have TCIP, which is Trade Credit Insurance Policy. This policy is mainly made for companies which do have a selected number of buyers. And it covers two types of risks, commercial and non-commercial risk as well, for both markets, domestic market and overseas. We do have another one, which is multi-buyer trade credit insurance policy. This one is made on purpose for our big clients, which they do have a long list of clients. And we made sort of a mechanism whereby the company won't struggle, I mean, in terms of dealing with this policy to make it as simple as it could be. SME policy, from the name you can notice that it is specialized for small and medium enterprises. The feature of this policy is, number one, simple. Number two, regarding even the process is quick and fast. Number three, regarding the fees is a bit low compared to other policies. APIP, which is advanced payment policy, is made for import. For any manufacturer in Oman who do have an intention to deal with a supplier inside Oman or outside Oman, this policy would be very good for them. Why? Normally, before dealing with such a supplier, you will need to pay advance for them. So this advance doesn't mean that the supplier will be committed to supply to you. They promise goods. This policy to protect you if the supplier went insolvency or delay in payment or refunding the money which you paid before. Sorry. Yeah. We do have one more, extended short-term credit insurance policy. This one policy is specialized for the lease agreements and the agreement which it goes beyond 3 years. And I give an example to make it clear for you. The solar panel projects, which sometimes it go on lease base, and the payment will be in installments. This policy will be perfect match for this sort of projects. Here, as explained earlier, the features of each policy and the duration of the credit provided as per these policies is 180 days. In months is 6 months. Means what? You can go ahead with your buyer to give a flexible credit line with them up to 6 months, subject of approval from Credit Oman. The multi-buyer as well, but this one, as I mentioned earlier, is for big companies which do have a large number of buyers. We can name it 200 up to 4,000 buyers. It's okay. SME policy is made for small and medium enterprises, and we know that enhancing this sector in any society, it acts as a backbone of the economy. Therefore, recently for this year, we introduced this type of product in order to promote the SME sector. Now, let me talk about the risk that we cover. There is a risk of failure or insolvency of the buyer. If he went insolvency, is covered. Or if the buyer delay in payment across or beyond the date that agreed between the two parties. This one for commercial risk. For non-commercial risk, any risk that there is no interference from the buyer caused of this risk, which it's shaken or it bridges the contract between the two parties. As an example, if the war happened in the buyer country, or there is disobedience, or there is expiration of importing license, or there is money restriction, transfer or foreign currency transfer to the seller. This one, somehow, it bridges the contract clauses, and the agreement between the two parties. There is one more risk we cover under commercial for overseas. If you have a buyer overseas or outside Oman, and you ship the goods to them, and if it arrived to the warehouse, they reject to accept it after arrival, you'll be at risk. Why? Either to bring it back to Oman, and it will be costly for you, or to sell to the market, and for sure, you will not sell in the same price that you agree with the buyer because the market didn't ask for it. This policy is meant for banks. In this policy, the banks became our clients. And how is that? It's meant to be for LC, letter of credit. We know sometimes the banks exhaust the limit of covering. So this type of policy, it covered the bank confirmation. And it covered up to 90% of losses by confirming bank. So even if the issuing bank or counterbank of the importer country went insolvency or didn't be in a position to pay the amount which is supposed to be paid, Credit Oman will cover up to 90% of the LC. Gents, this one is, it was in a short and quick presentation to enlighten you about Credit Oman service. And myself and my colleague will be around here. So please, if you have any questions or you need any elaboration or clarification of our service, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed, for giving us a new perspective on the role of Credit Oman. The next presenter has flown in from India to speak on emerging trends in Industry 4.0 and smart manufacturing. Mr. Ramesh Kadaganchi is the founder of Cyberlytics Technology. He's a principal consultant and subject matter expert in the field of business continuity, cybersecurity, Industry 4.0, data analytics, and continuous improvement. He has over 2 decades of experience in various senior management roles with multinational firms such as John Deere and Tata Unisys. Please help me welcoming to stage Mr. Ramesh.
Assalamu alaikum, His Excellency, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As the speaker said, my name is Ramesh Kadaganchi. So this is my first visit to Oman, and I had an excellent experience so far. Yesterday when I arrived from India at the airport, at the immigration counter, they said, okay, here for this event. Then I showed the brochure which I got and the invitation letter. Oh, okay, you are here for this event. Okay, you don't even need a visa actually. We are not even going to charge you. Okay, so you're welcome to this country. You are a guest, and please share whatever knowledge you have to our people here in Oman. So thank you very much. Great hospitality so far. I have experienced it. Thank you. Thank you very much. So with that, I would like to start the session here. I have a few slides, and based on industry experience and some of the projects which we have done in the industry, I'd like to share also some of the case studies here. Okay, so the topic is emerging trends in Industry 4.0 and smart manufacturing. We all doing a lot of manufacturing. So many companies are there. Some of the companies which are there established around 5 decades and are 100-year-old companies. And there are some new companies which are coming up. But the new companies which are coming up, they are deploying a lot of new technologies. But there are many, many companies, 80 to 90% companies which are there existing for a long time, right? They have invested a lot of money. So every CEO is really interested to see how can he make those machines more user-friendly, more productive, and then he's able to use that for to make a more profit. Okay, so some of these topics I'm going to cover here. So look at the first statement, population, today's population. I just took it yesterday from World Economic Forum, 7.9 billion people as of now. And by 2050, we will be almost like 10 billion if you see that, 9.9 or 10 billion. So the kind of population going to grow, their habits are going to change, their food habits, the way they are going to use the technology, the way they are going to use the cars or living, everything is going to change. So to provide that, every business needs to gear up, okay? So for that, every organization or business or society, they have challenges. One is there's a lot of cutthroat competition, right? Same product is being manufactured by multiple companies. So how do we make more profit, right? 10 years back, 20 years back, the profits were in 2 digits, 3 digits. But now if you really see in last 5 years, the profit margins are in 1 digit. Okay, so every CEO's concerns are that. Okay, so customer wants are changing at very, very fast. Look at that, what my grandfather used, my father used, and what I have used, or my next generation, what they're using. It could be smartphones to vehicles to cars to cycles to anything, right? So the requirements are changing very, very fast. For that, suppliers has to meet the inputs what is required. Otherwise, manufacturers cannot make it, right? So they also have challenges. So with this, traceability is a serious concern. Anytime if you manufacture any product, traceability is important. It's a law in every country. Okay, we want to make sure that you are providing appropriate warranty and guarantee for your products. Okay, so traceability is important. How do we make sure that we are able to trace it properly? Okay, so compliance, every country has a lot of compliances, either for the environment or for the way the consumer goods and all that kind of things. Okay, so let's look at that VUCA world. In today's morning session, one of our presenter, he explained about VUCA world, so I'm not going to cover here. But there is a lot of uncertainty, right? So there are some failed companies. Let's look at that. And many of you know these big companies, many other, but these are some of the big companies, how they failed. Because they did not look at all this properly. Okay, with that, how do we transform actually? Okay, one is be innovative. Whatever you have, reuse it, make it proper, make it more efficient, make it more productive. Okay, so be agile. As we all have gone through this in the last 18 months situation, this pandemic, it has taught us a lot, right? How do we make sure that we are agile, we're able to quickly take actions and move forward? One is changing according to your market conditions. There are so many things are happening, right? So many things are changing. So we have to make sure that we're changing according to the market conditions, and digital is the only way, right? So let's look at some of the digital transformation, how things are happening, and then I will come to how it is helping the manufacturing world. Okay, so 3A principle. Look at that, your customers are in that 3A category. A customer can order anytime, right? If I want to order a pizza at night 2 o'clock, I'm going to order, right? So we should be able to deliver. So anytime, any place, and anybody, right? Previously, the customer could be of only that segment, only he will order. No, today anybody can order anything, sitting anywhere, and doesn't matter to what place, right? So with this, we'll see how this, some of the recent in last 18 months, though the movie theaters were off, we all could see the movies sitting at home, right? And we could enjoy whatever the movies, what we wanted to see. The Netflix was one of the best example. E-commerce, okay? They have delivered whatever we wanted, either it's a grocery or whatever items we wanted to our house, sitting at our place. Those are a classic example of digital transformations. Bankings, I don't know how many of you have been going to banks now in last 5 years. In last 10 years, I might have gone to bank twice or thrice. But if you see that, the 20 years back, every time we used to go to bank, wait in a queue, draw the money, and it used to take a lot of time, right? So great example of digital transformation. So how they have been doing it? Look for opportunity to improve, okay? Change according to market conditions, be agile. How can you make it improve? Challenge the status quo. In your organizations also, you will have a lot of ways to make things improve. So always challenge the situation and make an improvement. It could be small or big, but start challenging the situation, challenge the team, challenge the processes. SWOT analysis, it's a strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. Always keep looking for it. Okay, how can you make it improve better? This SWOT analysis could be done either once in a quarter, once in a 6 months, or could be 1 year, depend on the what kind of industry you are. And you can also do it for your own personal things also, because the kind of threats which are coming in, how are you prepared for that? If you don't do SWOT analysis, it's very difficult to then survive, right? So as a lot of these things are happening, data is getting generated, digital transformation is happening, then automatically there are a lot of crooks sitting there. They want to earn easy money, right? That is where the information security or the cyber security plays a role. How do we protect every company's intellectual property? It's very important, right? With lot of great efforts, lot of R&D money, all of you have spent, invested, and then somebody steals it, you have to make sure that how are you protecting it, okay? So tools will come later on, but if we have a proper vision and strategy, then the way you execute it, then you can apply many various tools which are available in the market. So benefits, one is faster response to customers. That is very important. Because if you order a pizza at night 2 o'clock, and if you don't get it at 2 o'clock, if you get it in the morning 4 o'clock, it's of no use, right? So a customer has ordered a car like on the 1st of October, and he needs to be delivered that. And if he's not going to get it on 1st of October, if he gets delivered on 1st October, 1 month lost, customer won't be happy. So that's why faster response to customers is very important. And the way if you do digital transformation, automatically operational efficiencies increases across the value chain. Either it's from the supply management, or the way you manufacture it, or the way you deliver it to your customers. Across all the lines, operational efficiency happens. Once you see the operational efficiencies, automatically your profits increases, right? And then as you start seeing the profits, then you will be able to reinvest to make something new product, or you can distribute to your stakeholders. Stakeholders could be anybody, right? Your employees, your customers, or could be your investors who have shown interest in your company. So it's kind of a win-win situation for everyone, right? So let's look at that, some of the things. Many of us know, right? Our grandfathers or previous generation to us to the next one. So some of these things, for what it was used actually. Output was same, right? What was required? A grain flour. But the way it was being used, because the population number of people are growing, family members are growing, so we need to feed them, right? So that is how the transformation has started happening. This is a small example, but if you really look at that, how it has been evolved over the years. So automation, right? Do more output with less efforts. Here, lot of human efforts were being played, but the output was limited. But as you started saying, the technologies, innovations have started happening, automatically they're able to deliver more output with less efforts. So that's how I will convert that into Industry 4.0, how things are happening across the last 100 years or 200, 300 years. So initially it was a small mechanization, steam engine, those things were used. Now in current situations where we are in a Industry 4.0 situations, where we have started using a lot of computers, electronics, as well as whatever the machines we have, we're trying to integrate it and make it more intelligent and leverage the data which is coming out of that one. So with that, let's see what are those 9 building blocks for Industry 4.0. They're very important if you really look at that. Each of them are overlapping purposefully because they need to work interoperability. Okay, they need to have a proper integration. Previously, when Industry 1.0, 2.0, if things were working in a silos, it was okay. But today, no. Every department in the company needs to work very, very closely, right? Then there are some 6 design principles. Generally, these are followed in the industry. Okay, one is interoperability. In our previous slides, we have seen that why those things where interoperability is required. Because without that, it's impossible to deliver a proper product to a customer when he wants it. Virtualization, in morning also someone spoke about virtualizations. Then decentralizations and real-time capability. Because if something has happened, if alert is not generated at the time, then by the time the system goes down, then it's very difficult to fix it. We lose a lot of time, right? Then service orientation and modularity is very important, because as you start manufacturing with a lot of these informations, then that modularity has to be there. Otherwise, we lose a lot of time in that. So how do we sustain actually? Okay, one is that start small with a smaller team and then show some success in that, leverage their expertise and implement some of the technologies, integrate that and show the success. Once it is shown in a small team, then implement it in some slightly larger teams. As you start seeing the value out of that one, then automatically you will be able to transform the entire organization. I have seen some companies where they went big bang and they have failed it miserably because they have not seen the success within that company implementation of this. So that is how they failed it. Always start small, implement it, integrate it, see the value, and send it to the next team. Automatically that energy gets flowed across the company and you will be able to transform. And that is how you will be able to see the value across the organization. So with this, I will share some of the case studies. So this is one of the largest vaccine manufacturer in India, and they are also the largest manufacturer of COVID vaccine across the world, Serum Institute. They manufacture a lot of other medicines also. So their real-time monitoring of equipments, whatever they have across their organizations, it is for many of these parameters that needs to be monitored continuously. If these things are not monitored, then the vaccine which is manufactured, that may go wrong, or it may not meet the compliances which are very, very strict in a health industry. So once we start implementing IoT in each of these companies, we start collecting a lot of data. It generates a lot of alerts also. Then people will be able to make proper decisions. So one of the example at this institute where we have seen that, they started manufacturing those vaccines and they put it in a freezer, deep freezers, right? And then these deep freezers were existing PLCs, either it's a Siemens, Schneider, some of these PLCs which are there, those generate an email if something goes wrong with that freezer. So, and then the emails were getting delivered to some XYZ persons and all that. They were not able to address it as quick as possible because somebody has not seen the email, somebody has delayed the actions and all that. So what we did is, we have deployed IoT devices, interfaced existing with their existing PLCs, and then that started generating a SMS also, along with email, and then we could see the SMS. As soon as people have started getting those SMSs, they could start making sure that things are addressed quickly. Okay, that is how they could see fixing those things and then making sure that they are able to meet the compliances as quick as possible. So IoT in this another company where packaging for food and products, that is also a lot of compliances are there in that category. So here they wanted to make sure that the operator efficiency on a process equipment. Okay, on assembly lines, they have a lot of equipments, right? So their existing equipment, they were not intelligent. There were no mapping was done. They didn't know what to measure, how to measure and all that. We have deployed some of the IoT devices, and then that is how we could see that how things are improving and how the online or productivity of those machines, we could monitor it and then deliver to customers. Here, monitor overall equipment efficiency. This is a transmission manufacturing company in India. So it's a very old company, more than 50 years old. Their machines are all legacy machines. They have only power. And those machines are not connected to the network or internet or anything like that. So they wanted to know really that how those machines are they really making productive, and are they really making sure that those are downtime is not more, and all that kind of things. Okay, so deployed these IoT devices, and that has helped them for their productivity and all that. So same thing, if we have any old machines, which can be made intelligent with these IoT devices. So look at that IoT sensors cost. Previously, the same IoT cost, which was costing like XYZ dollars, today it's at 1/10 of the cost. Okay, and then automatically usage of these IoT devices also has gone up. So with 5G and 6G coming in, what will happen now? Lot of additional devices are going to be connected to the internet, and automatically you'll start using data for that. So these are some of the how impact happening to the respective areas: economy, business, national and society and individual, these areas. So in smart manufacturing, then what happens? One is your brand becomes customer-centric, then value chains, automatically you start improving the value chains, either it's in your supply management area or the way you deliver to the products to end customers or the way you manufacture also. Then employees, they become agile and productive, and they're able to invest same time to develop a new product, innovative products actually. So physical assets which were there previously, those all become now intelligent, and then you are able to generate better information out of those machines. So stakeholder experience changes, operational efficiency changes, and then with that, do more with less, right? That is how every CEO which has a concern, they'll be able to address here. So with that, I end my presentation. So we are here with SSC partner to deploy any technology solutions. So if you have any questions, I'm here after the event. Please feel free to ask. And
thanks, Mr. Ramesh, for your fantastic presentation. Also, it's good to hear your positive feedback on the airport. I have one very specific question, though. How companies can reduce cost with the Industry 4? If you can be a little bit specific and give some examples, that'll be fantastic. Thanks so much.
Sure. If you really see the one example which we took, RSB Transmissions, it's a very old, 50-year-old company. Their equipments were very old. And then what they wanted is that they wanted to make sure that their machines are more productive, and then they didn't want to reinvest anything. They have already invested a lot of capital. So their CEO said, I'm not going to reinvest anything. Tell me that these machines are more productive or not. How can we make it more productive? So by just deploying few sensors at wherever strategic locations, we could collect the data and see the uptime of the machines, productivity, and if there is any maintenance which is going to come, we could generate a pre-alerts, and then automatically there say maintenance staff, they could address those things proactively instead of getting that machine down, and then later on to fix that, it may take more time, right? So if they're able to fix it well in advance, so the CEO is happy, right? Because the machine is down less time than the later on. So that is how they could see the efficiency, productivity of those machines. So they have not invested too much money, but same machines became more intelligent. So that's how I.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So any machine can be done intelligent now with the sensors availability and all. And the cost of sensors have gone down drastically. Any other additional questions? I'm free here available during the lunch breaks and other areas. We can answer that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramesh. We're now going to commence the second panel discussion on cross-currents changing manufacturing, COVID-19 to Industry 4.0. I'd like to invite Mr. Oman John, Deputy Editor, OER, and the moderator to come on stage and take forward the proceedings. Mr. John has over 25 years of journalism experience, having worked with reputed newspapers and business magazines in India and Oman. His previous assignment included Deccan Herald, Bangalore, and Oman Tribune, Muscat. Please help me in welcoming Oman John on stage. He will be taking over for the panel discussion.
Thank you, Murtada. Welcome to the panel discussion on cross-currents, changing manufacturing, COVID-19 to Industry 4.0, and the way ahead. It is my pleasure to invite on stage the panelists. Put your hands together to welcome Mr. Atul Kumar Mishra, Chief Operating Officer, MISCO. Mr. Mishra has diverse and cross-functional expertise in integrated steel plant operations and project management with proven track record. He has 34 plus years of experience and has served as the CEO of Kalyani Hospital Steel Limited, Executive Director in charge of Jindal Steel and Power Limited, India, among others. Our next panelist is Mr. Rajiv Singh, CEO, Al-Maha Ceramics. Mr. Singh comes with a proven track record of more than 29 years in building material industries and modern retail involving home improvement domain. Prior to joining Al-Maha Ceramics, he was heading the Indian operations of Rack Ceramics as president for 5 years. He has also held senior leadership roles at Kajaria Ceramics, H&R Johnson, L&T, Ultratech Cement, and JK Cement. Our next panelist is Mr. Saeed Al-Rashdi, the CEO of Oman Manufacturers Association. He's also the co-founder of Nasser Investment, Sandan Development, FinTech, and insurance house Bima. Mr. Saeed has a master's in business technology from the University of Manchester. Walking up on stage is Mr. Pradeep Kumar Nair, CEO and shareholder of Sebasic Oman, the largest biorefinery in the world to manufacture bio-nylons from castor oil. An electrical engineer by qualification, Mr. Nair possesses around 2 decades of experience in engineering, procurement, and construction of chemical industries, development of real estate and agriculture, pan-India, and the Gulf. He is also the promoter and managing director of Skyline Dukum LLC, the first integrated tourism complex to come up in Dukum. Please also welcome back our IT expert, Mr. Ramesh Kadganchi. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining this second panel discussion. Just to set the stage for the discussion, let's look at a few headline numbers. Oman's economy is projected to grow by 2.5% in 2021, after a contraction of 2.8% in 2020, according to a recent report by the International Monetary Fund, IMF. The economic recovery will be led by 1.5% growth in non-oil activity this year, that includes manufacturing, compared to a 3.9% contraction in 2020. Manufacturing, as we all know, is the engine of growth for all economies, particularly Oman. My first question is to Mr. Saeed Al-Rashdi. Give us a sectoral perspective of the manufacturing sector. What's working and what's not?
Thank you very much. Everybody knows that the last 2 years were a bit difficult for every industry, and specifically the manufacturers industry. The number of factories that shut down during COVID-19 was 0. This doesn't mean that the manufacturers are not facing challenges. It just means that they have invested so much capital that no matter what the market is, they still have to survive and sustain. That's a major difference between manufacturers and service providers. Manufacturers will always outstay other sectors. It has been a rough ride, but we are very optimistic now with 2 things: with COVID-related issues being dissolved, and with the oil pricing increasing in Oman. This will give a really good boost locally here in the local economy in Oman, and in the local industry in Oman.
Just to give us some industry perspective, like specific sectors like steel and ceramics, can we start off with Mr. Atul Mishra?
Hello.
What were the learnings during COVID?
Actually, MISCO, we have commissioned our plant just at the beginning of COVID pandemic. So we passed through the difficult time, but nevertheless, we learned a lot during this time. We became lean because our commissioning team from the Europe, they went back to their native countries when pandemic was there. So our team, we sat together, we did most of the things by our own teams. Of course, there was a lot of support through remote by our technology suppliers. And we have selected our team very precisely with the right experience, right expertise, and right numbers. So with this, we did a lot of things during this pandemic. Like, as you know, that during pandemic, all those laborers, migrant workers, they went back to their countries, or they were idling here. So construction went down drastically. For us, like the end product right now in our company is the rebars. So construction went down, the demand also went down. Okay. But nevertheless, our plant was new with latest state-of-the-art technologies. And we did segmental commissioning and achieved the rated capacities or more than that during that small time. So now we are ready to really go ahead very fast at more than rated capacities. During this time, we did all the certification work for our products. Like we have virtually all certificates starting from CARES to DCL, to Hong Kong, to Singapore, to Saudi, and now we are pursuing one or two missing. So now COVID is almost behind our back, demand is going up, and we are ready to go to the market as and when it comes. And luckily, this steel industry is passing through very good phase from the profit-making point of view. So this is what we did.
Thank you.
And since our plant is state-of-the-art, like we are discussing level 1, level 2, so we have facilities to go up to level 3 and level 4, in which we can operate our plant remote from our offices.
Thank you. Mr. Rajiv Singh?
The same question. Yeah, I think during the COVID time, while there was a panic into 2020 and across the globe, I think for us in Oman, we are thankful to the Ministry of Chamber of Industry that they had a continuation plan for at least the refurbishment sector and also the small construction which were there. As a manufacturers, we were allowed to operate. Unlike the other countries, they were shut down completely for almost like 4 to 5 months. And that was a great challenge for us, like other manufacturers, because we were not able to get the people who were already away from the Oman, the restriction of travel and all. But that also gave us a lot of insight in terms of how do we start the multitasking in terms of within, the employee, what we have. It's not that we were away from COVID. At a time, we had around 25 positive cases and 75 people going for a quarantine. Entire logistics and, sales department is under quarantine. But at the same time, I think, we made other department to take care of, the deficit, the gap. Blissfully, last year, we were on a 50% growth on PAT, and this year, we just submitted our result. We are on a 80% growth on profit. So for us, it's good, and that has given us a lot of insight and also transformation in terms of how do you re-strategize your product portfolio, also an opportunity to capture new geographical market, which was left vacant because of less import coming from India and China. So I think for us, it has been one of the very good time, and we have been doing pretty well.
Thank you. What about Mr. Pradeep Kumar, the Sabasic experience?
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen. Challenges for us as COVID is not surprising or nothing new, because we took the challenge of going to Dukum when there was nobody there. So it's in the DNA of Sabasic Oman to take challenges. We created the first largest industry in Dukum when there was practically nothing in 2016. And our team was already geared up for that. Then we faced Haika cyclone. And so for us, challenges is just a part of the DNA of the company. Coming to COVID, yes, like MISCO, we also commissioned the plant just pre-COVID. And then we had challenges of getting the raw material into the country, but that didn't dampen our spirits. We already got our approvals done. The plant was tested fully, and we are up and running. And I believe that COVID will make things go more faster, because each one of us has suffered in one or the other way. And the spirit of positivity is what brings us to move faster than what we did before. So I think COVID challenge is now over. It's now time to up and run on double the speed.
Come to the next question on digitalization and adoption of Industry 4.0 practices. I think there's a broad agreement that the country faces tremendous challenges in terms of emerging for fourth industrial revolution and digital technologies. Mr. Ramesh, What are the new technologies, emerging trends that can be adopted by industries like such as steel and ceramic in Oman?
Okay, thank you for the question. And I heard from the other dignitaries that the production capacity now they have to improve. Okay, a lot of demand has started coming in, and then there are a lot of new technologies which are coming in. Okay, one is that like in steel industry, the very important is that you have to make sure that the right heat and right other parameters are properly tracked. Otherwise, the wastage of material will go down. Right. So then loss of revenue. Right? So, and that may delay your product. So for that, many sophisticated sensors are available at a very low cost. The one sensor which was costing around $25 in 1992, now it is less than 30 cents. So in $1, you can buy three sensors like that. You can deploy some of those things and start collecting all the information at the right location and right time, real-time information, and then centrally sitting either that production manager or the management can see the information on their mobile and make appropriate decisions quickly so that the product wastage will not go down and they will be able to make a product better and deliver it to customers quickly. Yeah.
In terms of technology, Mr. Raji, what has been implemented in your company?
I think ceramic industry as such is a very technologically advanced industry. If you really come to our plant, you will be surprised to see that from a biscuit to the finished product, you will not see any human touch coming into the process. And with all these challenges which are there, whether there is a pandemic or there is no pandemic, I think change for going for Industry 4.0 is inevitable. That's what I firmly believe. Over the period, we have gone for investing few amount into complete digitalization of the factory, the new machines like Qualitron, what we have installed in our factory. So none of the other manufacturers have those type of machines, which actually takes care of all rejections and also in terms of quality parameters, what you want to give to the customer. So what normal human eye cannot see, that machine actually captures that in terms of squareness of the tile, planarity of the tile, cracks or any shade variation. So that way it is advancing a lot. Now coming to the pandemic, wherein the customer touch was reduced, you were not able to go to the customer. Our product is more of a touch and feel product, not like a steel, like this a commodity where you don't have to see the product. Now when the customers were not able to come to you, I think augmented reality and virtual reality comes into picture wherein you can have a tour of your showroom by creating a virtual reality where customer can log in, go to every corner of your showroom, can touch the product, can enlarge it, see how his bathroom or living area will look if he's going to. I think that way we are advancing pretty well globally. So we are happy to progress on that particular front.
Mr. Atul?
As I said before also, steel plants, they are highly capital intensive. We require very large financial muscle. And to operate a steel plant, you require all those inputs. Like we should have full kit of the inventories. N number of items are there. Some of them are very costly. Some of them are very cheap. But if they are not available at right time, our inventories will be held up, resulting in huge capital blockage. So with this digitalization and all those recent things, they are extremely necessary for the steel plants. In fact, I was lucky that we started implementing all those initiatives as way back as 1996. The Six Sigma was introduced in one of my previous companies, which has been taken over by JSW now. Earlier it was with Alan Mitchell's family. So there we started using Six Sigma. So we started collecting all relevant, non-relevant data and then putting it into normal distribution curves. We're just analyzing what is on the first quarter and the last quarter of the bell curve. So this gives a lot of inputs, like what are the best things, what are the bad things.
Hold the mic closer, please.
What are the bad things? And with this, we started innovating, analyzing the things, and modifying our SOPs. So really going into the classical way of analyzing through a lot of metallurgical reactions, this thing, that thing, we were going into the statistical, which is more simpler, faster, giving you good results, and then correlating it with the engineering background. So with this thing, and that experience, we had utilized it in this plant. So of course, we were passing through that pandemic thing, but we were never idling. In fact, during this period, we also did a lot of brainstorming, how to cut our costs, how to deliver the things in time, full quantity, and all those things. So now this all history, and we are really ready to go back with all those supporting features.
Thank you. What about Mr. Pradeep?
Well, for us, it's a different experience altogether. We are manufacturing nylons from castor oil. So in the entire Gulf and MENA region, we are the only one with this special diversified field where it is from agriculture to the nylons. And our challenges were never there because we were already technology savvy. The processes were technology and the highly advanced technology. The COVID advantage that we had is that we deal with companies like DuPont, SABIC, BASF, and all these companies were very reluctant to do any online meets or any technical discussions online because they have certain protocols on these high-performance polymers and nylons that we make. Due to pandemic, the whole box was opened up. People are ready to now go online, have online meetings. So the ease of business has come faster in our sector at least, where it's a very high-performance polymers or lubricants and these technologies, high-end technology companies, which were once barring certain intrusions into their technical, or you can say database, have now started database sharing online. And I think that barrier has opened up a huge market for others to understand. So I think the pandemic has rather helped people to open up and connect easily and try and trust each other for the data sharing and work faster than what it was before. Before, if I had to have a meeting, I would have to go to US and conduct the technical meeting, and it's between me and just 2 people. Now, I sit in Oman and conduct the same meeting with my team in US or in Japan, and it's immediately finished within, let's say, 2-3 hours. So this is the advantage I think COVID has given us all, and we have now adapted to it. So the businesses which will happen now, there'll be no need for executives to travel and go and come back after 15 days. Could be solved within the next couple of hours when the CEO can just tell him, put up an online meeting. So yes, I would say the technology has helped, but COVID has helped us to adapt it faster. And that, I would say, is going to be the next way of working.
Great, thank you. My next question is Mr. Said. Establishing a modern manufacturing industry by 2040 requires a lot of efforts of all industries, not just the key ones. In what way is the association addressing the concerns of the manufacturers following COVID-19? How can the local industries be protected from lower priced products?
The strategy, the 2040 strategy, is pretty much a dream at this stage. We can sit and discuss and think of what we could be. The steps to reach there needs to be taken as soon as possible. 2040 is not really that far, especially in industrial, at industrial levels. The association has been playing a simple role of collecting the challenges from the manufacturers, sitting with them, understanding the issues, and delivering the message to the right authorities. It's nothing special, anybody can do that. The challenge is how to follow up those challenges to a level where you actually get at least some of them resolved as soon as you can. What we have noticed is that the regulator or the authority doesn't always have the capability or to deliver what they want to deliver in time. We have the Ministry of Commerce being one of the best supporters in the market right now. The minister himself comes from a commercial background, an industrial background. He knows the challenges even before us having to go and tell him. But what we can see is that we do have some kind of a silos system in Oman. We do have a challenge whereby even if a minister himself wants to resolve an issue, he still has some challenges in other places in order to deliver. It's a very heavy train to start moving. We feel that the interest is there. The government is really pushing towards helping the industrial sector. There are some issues that has been resolved, but it's not going to be an easy ride, at least not for the first few years.
So Rajiv Singh, you would like to add? You have some strong concerns on silos in the industry.
Yeah, actually, in our initial discussion, I did mention, and I am also luckily in touch with Mr. Said. First time I'm meeting, but through phone and mails, we are in touch with each other. Challenges are multifold. As we mentioned, the speed, what is required to is really missing. And if I'm very honest in telling, I think the departments are definitely working on like a silos. There is a Madain, there is a Ministry of Chamber of Industry, then there is a Ministry of Manpower. So it looks like, you have to go to different windows to get something cleared. And that's something wherein one window solution which should be there for industry. And there are multiple challenges and problems, which I think in previous panel also when Mayank was taking, I think the gentlemen in the panelists, they were addressing. And more or less, the challenges are more or less same. You mentioned about protecting the industry. That's one of the biggest thing. What we are talking about, our cost of production is very high. Our labor cost is very high. We have to maintain a percentage of urbanization. Now, if our cost of production and quality is better, we deserve a better price in the market. But if there is a free flow of cheap material coming from China and India, I think if the local industries are not protected, you are seeing many industries getting closed. Saudi Arabia has done twofold barrier in terms of SASO implementation, wherein the quality checks are there for each and every product which is coming to Saudi Arabia. Plus, they have also implemented anti-dumping for the cheap products. UAE has followed after 2-3 months. We are following up with Ministry of Chamber of Industries. Oman is still, we have to, get it implemented. Now, sustaining the industry which is already under, operation is one of the biggest challenge. Now, second step will come into new investment, expansion, and, attracting new companies to come here. But what are we doing for sustaining the industries which are here? That's something we need to discuss in forum and also get some solution out of it.
Mr. Abdul, you would like to add?
Actually, Omani government, they are helping us a lot. In fact, in our case, we got a lot of support in terms of allocation of certain natural resources. And, but it would have been much better if this execution speed is also fast. Okay. Allocations have been done, but then it takes long gestation period. I think with government support, if it can be squeezed, it will be beneficial for us, for the country as well.
Mr. Pradeep?
Well, I think I may be the most happiest person in this sector of manufacturing because my only competition is China. Only 4 companies can manufacture this product. And US has put 28% duties on the Chinese. And with the free trade agreement with Oman, I am at 0%. So I think I'm the happiest person as far as manufacturing is concerned. So what I would like to say is there should be an increasing awareness which media can do that there are products and there are movements in the markets where you can bring these industries into Oman, promote these industries, support them, and I think the China-US egos will stay for at least 10-15 years by the time the industry is free and running. Right. And our economy is diversified.
So Said, I'd like to respond to any of them. How is the association addressing the concern of the industry?
Unfortunately, until this moment, the association doesn't have any legal or forcing authority other than just influencing the decision makers. What we can do is try to be involved in the decision-making level as early as possible so that we don't have to react to a decision, rather than that we are part of the decision-making. This has been happening in the last 1 year. We have been part of multiple, let's say, multiple regulatory decisions, and to be able to influence that decision to reflect the manufacturer's requirement. So I think that's all we can do at this stage.
And the next question is like, how can the government and the private sector collaborate to unlock the potential?
There have been some initiatives from the government throwing some of the proposed projects that can be taken care of, but none of them had any off-take agreement, for example. At this stage, I think if the government can guarantee for the sector that at least the government purchases should be really focused in the local sector, a lot of ICV implementation. We have some regulation there, but there is no follow-up, and there is no place where you can go actually and complain about not being able to sell to the government. We have Oman as a country, a big chunk of the business is actually driven by the government needs. So if we can at least start with that, I think that's a really good motivation for the factories I mean, it'll be a really good support to the sector.
Mr. Rajiv, like to add to that?
I think very well mentioned by Mr. Said that, and this we are already trying to enforce, that something made in Oman, proudly made in Oman, has to be prioritized in all the infrastructure projects, and which we are trying to do. Otherwise, the customer, even the government projects, they were looking at a cheaper option for product and going to Chinese or maybe Indian products because the cost of production there are very less. Other thing, we are talking Industry 4.0, where we need to really work hard is, the quality of internet or the quality of speed, what you get elsewhere in the world. I don't know about others, but we have this regular issue wherein now last 2 years we have been into totally digital platform in terms of interacting with the customers. The speed of internet, the quality of services, the infrastructure we need to create to take on challenges, because it's going to be multifold. We are talking about 5G, but not only the cost, but also the quality has to be improved. Third one, I would say that is skill development, which we were talking in other panel also. It has to start from the grassroots level. While manufacturing segment is ready to take on, more and more locals in all the positions, not confined to the few. I think hand-holding has to be there for a longer period, not by just, dumping it to one factory and then forgetting the future of those candidates. So I would summarize that.
Mr.
See, I mean, as my colleague is saying, that products which are produced in Oman should be promoted here. Like we are producing the finest quality of rebars. So we should get preferential treatment in all the government projects. I mean, it is not that our products are bad or something. They are really state-of-the-art, world-class product. So we should be given preferences. So this is my finished product side. Another inputs are like we are using a lot of scrap. So government of Oman should ensure that the export of this scrap which is taking place should be stopped. It should be consumed within the country. It will bring down my cost and ultimately benefit to the country, rather than exporting it, going outside the Oman and then again importing it. So this is one. Another, Omanization. In our company, in the very first year, we have almost 39% of Omanization. And I'm really happy that people are very cooperative, collaborative, and they are delivering it. But ours is a steel plant, metallurgical know-how.
Hold the mic closer, please.
So ours is a steel plant in which a lot of metallurgical knowledge is required. Unfortunately, this branch of engineering is not available in Oman. So certain courses should be introduced in the different engineering institutes. So it will be helpful. And we are imparting a lot of on-the-job training to them, and they are responding it. But as on the shop floor, people are slightly reluctant to work. So this, when we are aiming for say 80% of womanization over 4, 5, 6 years. That time, who will do this job? So that sort of understanding has to come to our Omani colleagues to take those jobs also. Not all the time dependent on some expatriates or some hard jobs. Of course, steel plant, you have heat and all those things, but now with this all industries 4.0 and automation, implementing of robots and all those things, and advanced technology, there is hardly anything. In fact, when I started my career in steel plant, it was tough. But now everything is done in a cool corner of a control room.
Okay.
So that sort of challenge we should accept. And they are taking it now.
Thank you. Mr. Pradeep Kumar.
Well, I believe that humanization is a duty. That's first. But I believe awareness is most important today. And media and everybody should help giving the awareness to the youngsters today. I do not believe in just giving jobs to them, but you should create the awareness for entrepreneurship skills. Somebody has to make them aware that the business has changed. They should also become businessmen. Though even if it is a small SME, you should hold their hands and teach them the entrepreneurship skills. The market has shifted now, and we should all teach them that there's 2.3 billion people just across the sea, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. And that is where the market is. That is where the power of purchase is today. So the business has shifted since last 15 years, and somebody has to make these youngsters aware that you can pick up things, bring it to your country, and then re-export it back to the same country. That is how revenues will generate, and that is how industries will come into the country. And this has to be taught at all platforms. Then there would be nobody worried about humanization, because there will be skills which come in, entrepreneurial skills, and this is how we develop. And this is how the diversification of the economy has to come. So this is my view. People may differ.
Before we conclude, we'll open the floor for a few questions. If anyone from the audience has questions, please do raise them to any of the panelists. There's a question here.
Hello, my name is Mohammed. I would like to ask the panel, as we're all talking about COVID-19 and automation and work from home, shifting from industry, because Oman is very hot. We know it's hot, and it's difficult to work in these difficult conditions in a steel plant, or suppose a glass manufacturing industry. The temperatures goes very high. So when the new people that are coming in, and they're supposed to not work on the shop floor, and they have to work away from the industry. So what is the learning curve for these young people? Is work from home better than on-the-job training? And how do you provide on-the-job training to the youngsters who are not going to the job, to the factories?
Okay, if I have understood your question, you're talking about the difference between work from home and on-the-site job. Blissfully, in our sector, in 2 years, not even 1 hour, we have worked from home. But definitely our associates who were into trading of the tiles and also selling the tiles, they were having showroom. And because of lockdown and all, they were closed for a pretty long time. So you cannot do the business sitting at home, but we deduced a different methodology in terms of capturing customer demand by creating e-catalog, also whatever the stocks they are carrying, and trying to go digital in terms of whatever the products are available with them. And whatever customer requirements were coming, the movement of goods were ensured, because I think there were no restriction for the small, transportation within the city or the vilayats. So this is one. Secondly, work from home definitely can go on for few of the sectors, and it is like it has given an insight to IT sector and all to close down their offices and save the cost, continue with work from home, because productivity has gone up. People have been working, at a different hours, and they have been adapting themselves. But for few sectors, this is not going to be really the new normal, because as soon as you are away, you have to be in the plant which are manufacturing. You cannot tell your workers to be away. So anything happens, we have to be there 24/7 in the shift and all. So I think sector-wise, the situation differs. That is my submission here.
I would like to add one thing here, that after 1.5 years of pandemic, I think 100% couples don't want to work from home.
Definitely, that's why I wanted to ask. So we have concluded that work from home is not the way forward. But we're talking about Industry 4.0, where all these sensors come in and we're having everything on our phones, and we're not at the position. So is Industry 4.0 really needed then?
See, Industry 4.2, what you're talking of, automation and everything, is still being there. It's not somebody sitting at home like they mentioned, that the CEO can sit at home, look at his phone and run the industry. No. Industry, businesses, economy is interaction with human beings.
Right.
Any intelligence comes, but if there is no interaction, the business doesn't happen. So let's not think about a business environment where everybody is sitting at home and getting business. No, that's not possible. Human intervention is economy. So I don't think so that's going to happen.
Thank you so much.
Actually, this work from home, like manufacturing sector, it is difficult, but certain activities can be done. Like in our sector, like steel sector, many things we have started doing it from work from home, like HR initiatives. Maybe 50–60% of those people, they can operate from their home. Our financial guys, purchase, marketing, say 60% people were doing it from their home. And in fact, the productivity has gone up. So in fact, in my previous organization, we can divert some of these resources, human resources, to some other functions. When we saw that their productivity has gone up when they were working from the home. So maybe that spare fellows, we have diverted it to our new expansion project somewhere else. And another thing with Industry 4.0, like in a steel plant, there was some productivity per man. But now the scale, it has gone exponentially high. Earlier, there is a term called heat size. Earlier, the heat size used to be 30–40 tons. Now it is 150 tons in our case, but in our country, India, it has gone as high as 350 tons, maybe sometime even more. So productivity per man has gone up exponentially with all those innovations of 4.0 or maybe other things. So, I mean, with the passage of time, all those things are going fast and productivity is increasing.
So adoption of hybrid model, that really helps actually, right?
Like in one of our very old steel plant, Tata Steel was there. They were employing 77,000 people to produce 3 million ton of steel. But now they are 30,000 and producing 25 million ton. So all these things has helped.
Another question? Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Abdur Rahim. I just wanted to add a remark to the previous question. I was quite intrigued because, I'm someone who ardently follows Industry 4.0 topic. So the one thing that I want to say, one particular keyword that you can take away if you're talking about Industry 4.0 is hyperconnectivity. Because we have been talking to about Industry 4.0 to different stakeholders, and each of them has their own understanding. But the one thing that we all need to understand is Industry 4.0 is about hyperconnectivity, where there is a seamless flow of information across the product life cycle to different stakeholders. It doesn't necessarily only mean automation or only digitization of certain processes, but it's about how well information is passed on within the entire organization and how it enhances productivity, it encourages flexibility within the organization, and also maybe hyper-personalization, for example, in e-commerce, where you can order the specific style of iframe that you want. So these kind of things. So maybe I just wanted to add this remark. I think the panelists would agree on this.
Mr. Ramesh, you want to respond?
No doubt. See, the kind of these sensors have started generating a data they need excellent bandwidth. Okay, so with the 2G, 3G, whatever it was there, or 4G was there, it was able to manage it. But as the number of devices are going to grow up, the bandwidth, definitely it is going to be needed more bandwidth. So 5G coming in, robust network, backbone is really required, and that's where a lot of organizations are working towards that. And with government's initiatives, they want to make sure that there is a proper infrastructure developed. It doesn't matter in which country it is, here or in other countries. Everyone is really looking for robust infrastructure in the back end so that they can start leveraging these, whatever the new technologies are coming in, and connect those, whatever the machines they have, generated data, and then develop better profits for the organizations. A lot of efforts are going on, and then definitely 5G coming in, we will see a huge change in the entire industry. Yeah.
I think we'll have to conclude now. In closing, just each of you, all the panelists, each one of you, can you just tell us 2 or 3 suggestions that that is essential to fast track the growth of the manufacturing sector in Oman? We'll start off from Ramesh, from the technology point of view, you can say. And
sure. Yesterday I was reading the OER's October 2021 edition, that magazine which is there outside. I saw that Manufacturing Vision 2040. Okay, great vision, no doubt. But for that, you need to execute properly. That's why excellent partnership is required from a government as well as from a private members. And then leverage that, whatever strengths they have, and then start showing those technologies, using it in a smaller way, show the success, and create a value, and then transform it. And that is how it is going to help. And I have no doubt that my Manufacturing Vision 2040, Oman will be able to achieve it with the excellent partnership from government, partner, and the private, and as well as with the leveraging technologies.
Mr. Said,
I wish I was that confident like him. No, I think seems to be promising, and I really, with the COVID going off, and with the oil price increase, Oman will definitely see a more prosperous time. Hopefully, inshallah, it will be, and with the interest from the government side to support the sector, we will definitely see some improvement. I really hope that the improvement is not just marginal. I really hope that we can deliver at least some of the visions that we are looking for in 2040. The association is always there for all the manufacturers in the country. We are usually more needed in difficult times rather than prosperity. So I'm going to take a very long leave now.
Mr. Rajiv?
Yeah, I think growth-wise, we definitely, you guys must be knowing that Alma is going for making its production capacity 4 times by acquiring a plant within Oman. And while the growth is definitely there in the market, demand is there, the region is growing, and Oman is strategically placed in geographically so that you can cater to most of the countries. I think to put a growth on the top gear, we need to really remove the barriers which is there between different departments and make the things go smooth. Second thing, I think the ministry and the department has to move from more on imposing fine to incentivizing people who are doing good, achieving Omanization, giving good, contribution to the economy. And also, I would like to say that going forward, again and again, there has to be a concrete plan of training the people who can take on technical jobs or difficult jobs which are confined only for outsourcing the people in our various sectors. So these are few things and which needs to speeden up, and I think barriers have to go. That's my only crux, what I would like to make out here.
Thank you, Mr. Atul.
We had a very good experience of MISCO, and based on this experience, our company is embarking on a very big project in near future. I think a lot of spade work has been already done. So only thing is, which I am requesting, is that the natural resources which are abundantly available here should be allocated to the industries and little bit speed up of the execution part. I think we have great future here, and I may expect it, but I'm feeling very much at home, and they are very nice people, cooperative. Little bit of speed is required from the government.
Thank you. Mr. Pradeep?
Well, I would say that during this pandemic, I think His Majesty's government has done everything which nobody could have even imagined. So he has given penalty-free. He's instructed the bank, His Majesty has instructed the banks to not pressurize the companies, take care of the companies. So all the measures have been taken which are really helpful, and that is how we have all sailed through. But I would like to put it this way, that 90% of the COVID was in your brains. It was not in your body. And 90% of the post-COVID pandemic is still in your brains. So first thing, what we all have to do is remove it out of our brains and the system. It's not there. There are no COVID after effects. There's nothing. Believe in yourself. The economy is going to go up. It's again, we have to go back to the work. Maybe work a little bit more harder because everybody has lost. And then that's how the humanity revives. So instead of seeking something as incentives or support, why don't we all work together in a positive and believe in your own self that we can do it? So that is my way of thinking, and the industry is going to move forward.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great ideas. That brings us to the end of the panel session. Can we have a huge round of applause for everyone in the panel? Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists and Mr. John for that engaging panel discussion. One more time, round of applause for them, please. Now, before we break for lunch, I'd like to make an important announcement that post-lunch, we will be conducting the workshop on profit leadership. Attendees are requested to assemble in this room for the workshop. And on behalf of OER, I would like to express our gratitude to our endorsing partners, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Madayin and Mizha Marketing and Business Development, Credit Oman, Oman Manufacturers Association. A big thanks to all our sponsors, our strategic partners, Shell Oman Marketing Company, Octal, Raisut Cement, our official commercial vehicle partners, Ford Trucks from MHD, our associate partners, Oman Cable, Sahara Aluminium, Al Taman Indicel Ferrochrome, Voltamp, Minara from Arij Vegetable Oils and Derivatives, Al Maha Ceramics, and Misco. Our knowledge partners, SSA International, media partners, Al Shabiba and Times of Oman, our Arabic media partners, Alam Al-Iqtisad, Wal A'mal Magazine, and our online media partners, OERlive.com. A big thank you to each and every one of them. Last but not least, we would like to thank our speakers, panelists, and moderators, and we'd like to thank everyone who turned up to participate in today's event. We look forward to welcoming you again at the OER Manufacturing Summit 2022, and we request you to join us for lunch. Good afternoon, and we hope you have an enjoyable day ahead.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to start the workshop on profit leadership. And this will be conducted by Mr. Naveen Narayanan, Managing Director of SSA International LLC. For those you might have missed out on Naveen's introduction in the morning, Naveen he has over 17 years of global management consulting experience in lean management, lean manufacturing, strategy, and change management. He has led several corporate-wide transformation programs, mentored change agents, and produced sustainable business results for clients such as Pfizer, Nortel Networks, DHL Worldwide, and Godrej Industries throughout Asia Pacific, Middle East, and Africa. In Oman, he has worked with companies like Asyad, Oman Post, and multiple other companies. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Naveen Narayanan. Yeah, Naveen, all yours.
Sorry about a couple of minutes just to set up. I appreciate you taking the time after lunch to be with us for the workshop. Okay, so because it's the workshop, it's not going to be just me talking, and and I know it's post-lunch, it's really hard to keep all of you engaged. So what we have done is we have a few activities. So I'm going to expound on some of the profit leadership levers that I spoke about earlier this morning, and we have a few activities around those levers. And I would highly encourage you to chip in and participate. We will do some, I'm sure all of you have smartphones and they're connected, so I will post a link for you to follow for the activities, and then hopefully, if everything works out, we will be able to see the results live. So we are trying out some new material, which hopefully should not bomb. But the idea is to have a more relaxed dialogue on profit leadership. I know we went through a lot of material and lots to take in, very, very enlightening discussions during the panel discussions and so on. So a lot of collective wisdom is accumulated on the subject of safeguarding profits and how to help Oman's manufacturing industries to really achieve Vision 2040 and beyond, right? So, cool. So you already know about me, so I will spare the introduction. Just a few quick slides about who we are. SSA is a management consultancy. We were very privileged to come to Oman about 7 years back to serve a few clients, and we really loved the place, and we had to have an office here. And we've been in Oman. I live in Oman, and I run the local office of SSA. SSA is a 20-plus-year-old firm specializing in strategy, lean, supply chain, and technology. And NC is the founder chairman of SSA. And NC started this company with a missionary zeal to help industries to prosper. And that has been the core philosophy of SSA on which we have built in the 2 decades of our existence. And we work with a diversity of industries. We are domain agnostic. Much like you would see an audit firm is domain agnostic. We work with oil and gas, logistics, FMCG, distribution, you name it. And with the core purpose of how to identify latent shareholder value drivers and how to help our industries to help our clients to unearth them to bring wealth. And we are working with some of these very, very prestigious firms that are across initiatives. Madain was here. A lot of our clients were here, Arij and various other industries that were here. We work with them closely. We are working on the digital transformation initiative with Madain at the moment, helping in the whole e-Madain transformation, helping to select the right partner, the right technology, the right processes, and so on. So that's a little bit about who we are and what we do. And we are accredited providers on education. And the 6 levers are strategy, IT, supply chain, industry 4.0, lean manufacturing, and data analytics. So a lot of the themes that we talked about, that's why we really jumped at the opportunity to collaborate with OER for the Made in Manufacturing Summit, because a lot of what we do resonates with the message and the theme of this seminar. So we have a couple of publications, by the way. We have complimentary PDF copies. All you have to do is scan the QR code on our counter, and you should be able to access 2 of the books written by our chairman. And feel free to write to us for any of the other publications. And I point you to some of them available on Amazon and so on. All right, so an introspection. Well, we have, I think it would be a bit of an overstatement now, because we have gone through a lot of introspection in the last half a day, and a lot of great thoughts flowing in terms of what the industries need to do, how to protect their profitability, and so on. So we all agree, and a lot of you taking the time after lunch shows that you are clearly proactive leaders, which means challenges do exist. Somebody said the Oxford University definition of an enterprise is one that poses challenges, right? So, it's probably, COVID was probably a very exacerbated version of that challenge, right? But, but any enterprise, in order for it to, fight through the maze of competition, customers, suppliers, all of those things, and create profit at the end of the year itself is a miracle for many companies, right? Therefore, there was a wealth creation study done in India a few years back, which was published in a book called as Unusual Billionaires. And I found it a fascinating read. This was all the industries over the last 5 decades in the Indian securities market context that were consistently creating wealth. Any guesses how many industries out of about 4,500 industries that are listed in the Indian stock market have been able to consistently grow revenues and profits in the last 3 or 4 decades? Any guesses how many industries there would be in terms of count of out of a total of about 5,000 industries? Sorry? 25, okay. Did I hear 100? 500, okay. More than 50%. Wow, that's very optimistic. So the number is just about 10 industries, right? If you look at the most recent 10 years earning history of the industries, there are only 10 industries out of 5,000 industries, give or take, that are listed in the Indian stock market that have been able to consistently grow their revenues in double digits and grow the return on capital in excess of cost of capital. So in essence, they're generating free cash flow. Only 10 industries. And that number churns every year, right? Every year you'll find one industry chucked out and a new industry come in, right? So therefore, needless to say that in good or bad times, only industries that have been proactive, that have taken the extra step in order to safeguard their profitability, grow their revenues, and aggressively capture markets are the ones that have been able to survive and grow, right? So we discussed a lot about the external challenges, the policy framework, the global political economics, the economic headwinds, tailwinds, and all of those things, right? What about issues like quality focus? How are we perceived as the best quality service provider or best quality manufacturer in the space? How good are our delivery capabilities, right? So all of these are questions to answer, and we will expound some of these levers as we go along. So in essence, we want to talk about the path less traveled, right? We don't want to be a face in the crowd, right? So you could either fix the problem or work on building the enterprise. So fixing the problem is not new, right? Most industries, even to survive, they need to fix problems. You agree with me? Right? The shipping delays happen, plant is going to run dry, we have too much inventories, the trucks are not running, there was a storm. All of these are issues, right? And they come in the way for you to even exist as an industry, right? Leave alone improve. How much of our headspace is dedicated towards taking a step back and asking the question, what else we need to do in order to grow our enterprise, right? Day before yesterday, in preparation, I was talking to our chairman, NC, and he gave me a fantastic example of one of the stock exchanges in India that really disrupted the industry. So they did many things. One of the things they embraced during the pandemic was the audit process, right? So what happens is in a stock market or in the regulated environment, there is a lot of oversight, right? So there is a Securities Exchange Board, there is depository participant, and so on and so forth, right? So there is a big army of auditors that are supposed to keep an oversight to make sure that no process is being flouted and that everything is running fine. So these auditors would travel all across the country. There are hundreds of auditors who are traveling all across the country, and they are there. Probably the audit process takes an hour or two, but hotels, flights, and all of those things, right? So what they have done now is they've taken the entire audit process online. So they're just sitting in the comfort of their homes, doing the audit just as effectively all over the country, right? The process effectiveness has not suffered, but they have saved hundreds of millions in the travel and overhead processes, right? So a lot of industries have started to rethink how they should operate, what is the value they're creating, how they need to redesign the value stream, right? And that's where the hidden levers for profitability exist. So what really is profit leadership? So about a year ago, when COVID struck, a lot of our clients really had this existential question, not that they were going to go out of business, but they didn't know what was going to happen tomorrow, right? Because the scale of disruption was so unprecedented, right? So one of the areas that emerged as a very common theme where we ended up helping a lot of clients here was on profit leadership. So we used to have these big workshops, and they used to be online, of course, and it was very exciting, and it was a very new experience. Of course, the novelty has worn off now for doing online workshops and so on, but it was very exciting back then. So we would have the entire organization, the key people from manufacturing, supply chain, finance and accounting, all come together, and we used to have these day-long brainstorming sessions on different themes of profitability of the firm. A lot of these were driven by the CEO of the firm, who would then chair it and then prod the teams to say, okay, outbound logistics, what are the profitability levers in outbound logistics? Are we the lowest cost in the sector, in the industry, when it comes to outbound logistics? Let's say this was the FMCG industry that we worked with, right? And I was amazed at the number of innovative ideas that people were coming up with, because suddenly the guy who's running logistics is starting to think like the owner of the firm and starting to say how much cost is committed to logistics, how much capital is committed to this process, how can we increase return on capital, and so on. So that was the genesis of profit leadership. All right, so I'm going to request you if you can scan that code, and we will have a few activities. We'll do one of them just to dry run. If anyone can give me a feedback if the link works and where it takes you to, then I will know we are all on the same page. You could either scan the code or you can go to menti.com and enter the code as well. Works? All right. Is everyone in the bus? All good? Okay, I think let's do an activity quickly. All right, so we have put up a few of the typical boardroom concerns, right? These are topical issues that boards love to expound, to challenge the management on, and so on. Let me see your views on these issues. So we have, this is just a small subsection of the various issues that you're battling on a daily basis, right? I would request you to rate these issues on a scale of 0 to 10, I guess. 0 being low and 10 being max, in terms of how prevalent this is in your boardroom and management discussions, how pressing an issue this is, and let's see what emerges out of this survey. Is anyone having difficulty do this activity? You can scan that code as well, the one on the, you can open your camera app and scan that QR code. And it should throw the link. Does it work? No? Okay. I'll catch you up in the next activity. I'm not sure if I will lose these results if we go back, that's all. We'll catch you up. Amit, you can sort them out here. Super. All right, this is interesting. Let's see where we are going with this. And I would request you all to chip in as well, right? It's a two-way dialogue. It's no way just a monologue. Okay. All right, I see some very keen shareholder behavior going on there. Good. Fantastic. Some of these may seem repetitive, but you get the drift, right? All right. Cool. Let's see what the results look like. Okay, still going on? Changing your minds? Okay. So profitable growth clearly is emerging as a key lever, right? So interesting and needless to say, right? Sometimes you grow but end up compromising profits, right? So that's interesting. What else is emerging as, okay, operational efficiency, very nice, okay, good. So return on capital, control on working capital, I'm glad you picked up on that. As Kevin mentioned in his presentation as well, that sometimes working capital just falls by the wayside, right? That's for the finance guy to worry about, or that's for the supply chain guys to worry about, and so on. Interesting. Would anyone share any views on this? Anyone would like to share any views on what you think should be the most pressing issue of concern? Yeah? Okay. Yeah? Absolutely. True. True. That's a very good thought. And, so that actually brings us to the concern of who's really worried about profitability of the firm, or should be worried about the profitability of the firm, right? So the interesting bit is the people at the, at the front line are actually having the maximum influence on profitability of the firm, but whether they are having that conversation about profitability of the firm, or do they have the line of sight about the impact on profitability of the firm is the question to ask, right? Good point. Great. So the single point agenda for any firm is how to sustain its profit leadership. And you saw this example of some of the wealth creating icons in the industry that have been able to maintain that level of profitability over the years. So profit leadership, of course, has two words in it, right? It has profit and leadership, right? So we know leadership is a function of knowing who you are, where you wish to go, are you able to communicate that vision, and so on. Just outside, I was having a conversation over coffee with one of the prominent business owners who we've happened to work with and who we've known for a number of years. And this whole debate, he was challenging about the importance of creating a vision, a mission, and a goalpost for the organization. So his challenge was that, okay, so an organization, the leadership team defines the mission and vision, but what's the meaning of it? Who benefits from it, right? So this was a very thought-provoking debate, and I really enjoyed it. My response to it was that, obviously you need to have a vision, starting with mission, the reason why you exist, and vision where you would like to go. But more importantly, the process of getting from where you are towards your vision is not a linear approach, right? There are so many, you take 2 steps forward and 1 step backward, right? Because that's the nature of enterprise, that's the nature of business, it's going to keep throwing a lot of challenges. Therefore, staying steadfast on that vision becomes crucial. So there could be 2 approaches to leadership, a transactional approach or a transformational approach. So the transactional approach just simply means that you are able to maintain business as usual. That means customers are not going to complain, you will deliver the goods on time and reasonably manage the show, right? Is that good enough? Well, we believe that a little bit of transformational approach is also required, a healthy sense of discontent about where we are and where we ought to go. So, well, I'm not sure if GE is a great example anymore, but at least in the Jack Welch years, he truly believed in rocking the boat, which means that, to the point of plunging the organization into depths of darkness to redesign the organization, right? So profit leadership translates to highest profits in the industry, lowest cost provider in the industry, perpetuity, and image as a well-respected player in the industry. So now, if I were to really simplify the equation for profitability and return on investment, right? Profit simply translates to sales revenue minus the cost that you put into the business, right? And the return on investment is that profit over the capital that you employ into the business. And as we go deeper into the model for profit leadership, you will realize that if you really start asking the question in terms of are we deploying the right amount of capital in the business? Are we getting the right level of profitability? What are the leakages to profitability in the business that we can tap? A lot of these questions emerge from the discussions going forward, right? So the area of concern really is that if you ask any CEO and say, are you happy with the amount of profits your business is making? The most likely answer is no. Anyone disagrees with that? So I have our friends and we've had many debates over the years. So no CEO is going to be contented about the profits the business generates, and he would usually gripe about the budgeted profit that we make based on optimistic projections at the start of the year and the actual profit we realize at the end of the year. And usually, more often than not, there is going to be deviation. Of course, there are exceptions, right? There is the steel and aluminum industry that's going to make windfall profits. So if you want to make wealth, please buy those shares. So, but are those profits sustainable? Is it due to systemic improvements you have done to the organization? Or is it just due to economic cycles? People say if you buy a stock of a steel or aluminum company, go ahead and buy the commodity in itself, because the stock and commodity behaves the same way. Making sense? So maybe that's not a true indicator of growing wealth. More often than not, most industries will have a discontent about the gap between the expected profit and the actual profit, right? And we will go deeper into each one of those levers and really expound which one of those levers we can do something about, where we can go ahead and crank those taps and see that, okay, are we having materially lesser leakage in those areas than when we started the exercise, right? So we believe that a 3-stage approach is in order, where you have, let's say when you go through a massive disruption like this worldwide, right, you definitely need to spend time to recover from the shock, which is what we call as year of recovery, and then the year of consolidation and year of excellence, right? So some industries don't need to fundamentally challenge themselves, but they still do because they believe in excellence. Making sense? A lot of the utilities, for example, we happen to work with the utilities sector here, and and elsewhere, the rail sector, we're starting some work in Qatar with the rail sector, where there isn't an existential need. The government funds it, there is money available, there is capital, there is technology. You really don't need to do anything more. But are you having a healthy sense of discontent about how the business is modeled, how you can give a better service to customers? Those come in the year of excellence, right? So the year of recovery, some of the considerations, and we will go into some activities, right? Issues like cash flow, fixed costs, material cost, rejection, working capital, what sort of measures may usually represent in the year of recovery, right? So cash flow, thankfully, the governments worldwide, including here in Oman, have been very supportive towards industry during the disruptive phase, where they have helped them directly and indirectly to de-risk their cash flows, to help them to de-risk their defaults against debts, and so on and so forth, right? The fixed cost, again, relooking into various cost elements. For example, travel was a big theme, right? And we heard that during the panel discussion as well. Industries were fundamentally rethinking how much money is spent in travels, right? Sometimes I have a neighbor who's in the business development world, and he works for a large firm. And he used to say sometimes just to meet, have a cup of coffee with a client in California, in LA, he would take a flight and go. And they would have that kind of travel budgets, right? And the justification is that, oh, you need to build relationship, and you can't win business without that. Coffee is worth $1 million and so on. But the truth is that industries have started to realize that is it really essential, right? Including consulting profession, right? Now I'm starting to question when my guys send a travel request that do you really need to travel? Can you do it online? At least it's starting to make people think about not compromising effectiveness while innovative ways to run the business, right? And of course, various other issues. So we will go a bit into the value stream approach, and value stream in itself comes from the world of lean manufacturing, the Toyota production system, and so on and so forth. Keeping the jargons aside for a moment, value stream simply means that how do you do things in your industry? How do you understand what the customer wants and fulfill that requirement? That is basic value stream thinking. So for example, this conference is a forum that is aimed to give value to all of you who have come to this conference, right? So if I start with that as a value definition, says, okay, you're here to get some value. Then I go back all the steps from where we started saying that, hey, we're going to do this conference. How are we going to do, who's going to be invited? How are we going to send out the invitations? How are we going to send out sponsorship? How are we going to arrange the table? There are 150 things we'll have to do to make that conference happen. You agree with me? Right? Those steps that you do in order to achieve the end objective of delivering value to the participants is what we call as value stream. And the devil is in the details. So when you go deeper into those value stream and start asking the question, are we doing those steps right? Can this be done instead of 3 steps? Can I do it in 2 steps? Making sense? All of those questions will help to unearth. So a lot of people ask me, hey, you're doing this conference, please send me the link. So many people still imagine that conference is going to be online when the invitations went out, right? So because they were so tuned to, I just need to log into my computer and I'm in the conference. So the value is there without them having to, drive and park and so on. The value is still there. Of course, we can argue that the value is enhanced in a face-to-face, the networking, the relationships, and so on. But the core value of getting the message is available online, right? So the consolidation strategy, again, going into the second phase, where we look at how the value stream is designed, right? Starting with understanding customer needs and fulfilling those customer needs correctly. Are we looking at best practices? Are we looking at educating? We heard some stories about using data analytics, deep analytics, Six Sigma methods, continuous improvement, skill sets, culture, building those kind of skill sets in the organization to challenge the designs, challenge the supply chain, challenge the operations comes in year 2. So a Gartner research published some years ago, and this is again verified by various other writings, that 80% of the impact for improvement comes from methodology and not technology. Now this is food for thought. What do you mean by methodology and technology? Methodology is sometimes simply just changing the way we think. You agree with me? It has nothing to do with automating the process. But oftentimes we are caught up in thinking, oh, let's throw an automation there, let's build an app, let's automate that process, or let's change the ERP. So a lot of the thinking is around fundamentally changing the technology, but a lot of opportunity exists within methodology. So we are still in the domain of methodology. Are you with me? So let's do a quick activity. Let's see the outcome of what kind of initiatives have you taken up. The last one is any other initiatives, so you can interpret it as ad hoc cost improvement and so on and so forth. That was never the idea, but yeah, that's an angle. Okay. So a lot of, okay, let's. Statement 6 could be any other initiative. Honestly, it's a placeholder. I'm not justifying the error, but it could be any other initiative, right, which is not defined under these categories. Okay. So a lot of you have been, okay, it's interesting to see that lean emerging as a higher scoring initiative. Not surprising given the the economic climate and the headwinds we faced. Would anyone like to share anything on a recent initiative we undertook in our organization? It could be anything else aside from this as well. Yeah. Okay. So you've touched upon three of them. Okay. Any other examples? Yeah. 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 Okay. All right. Fantastic. So a lot of these initiatives were touched upon. Great. Any other examples, experiences to share? So you are there for Six Sigma for us. Surely. All right. I was good that it came from the audience, right? So a lot of these initiatives, if they're viewed as just a one-off intervention, right? We do it and end it. You just check a box. It's unlikely to, obviously sustain because other priorities take over. So a lot of focus on sustainability of these initiatives is crucial. Like industries like Toyota, for example, it's part of their DNA. So they don't talk about lean. In fact, Toyota, they never used the jargon lean until recently. They realized that everyone is using lean. They're copying our system and calling it lean. Why? So they started to set up the Toyota Lean Academy in the UK and other parts of the world, where they said, okay, boss, you learned it from us, so let us use it in our practice. So, but does it mean that, Toyota is not committed to lean? That's part of their DNA. So it's right from the time the employee joins the firm to every step of the process, they are steeped in lean thinking. All right. Great. So let's delve into the basic approach for profit leadership. So the approach really hinges on searching for profit leaks and analyzing the root causes for profit leakages. Now you may say, what is so great about it? It's a very obvious approach, but oftentimes we are blindsided to the profit leakages in the business. If you take up a typical P&L statement of the firm and say, okay, can you point the profit leakages in this P&L statement? It is very hard even for the most seasoned finance professional to say that, this is because of rework in the shop floor, we should have made GP of so much percentage, but because of the rework and scrap, that GP is not being accomplished. You know what I'm saying? So it takes us, taking a step back and looking at every aspect of the value stream to really unearth the profit leaks is what the approach is all about. And, quantifying the financial consequence of what we call as cost of poor quality and integrating that measurement into those improvement projects, right? So the financial levers are at least visible to the eye. So we know the variable cost, inventory, price, and so on. But what about the non-financial levers, such as the client satisfaction, employee satisfaction, market share, productivity? How are we measuring productivity, product and process innovation? How are these impacting the profitability of the firm, right? So this is what I was mentioning. When you look at a typical financial statement or P&L statement of the firm, where you say, okay, this is my revenue, this is my COGS, this is my GP, and so on and so forth. Where is profit leak featuring in your P&L statement? At least I, for one, haven't been able to pick out a P&L statement that, 3% of our operating margins is lost because of profit leaks. Making sense? And what sort of initiatives need to be taken consistently in order to arrest those profit leaks, right? And they could impact your COGS, they could impact your admin expenses, they could impact your, operating profits, and so on. All right. So let's see which of the profit levers, let's see how you rate them based on the impact they have on your business and the level of control that you have on those levers. Now this is again a small subsection or cross-section of issues. It's by no means the comprehensive list of issues, but let's see what you feel about the level of impact they have on the profitability. You may or may not be able to quantify, or your financial accounting systems may not be tuned to quantify them accurately, but in your view, how much impact they have on profitability and how much control do you have on those issues? Okay, I know this is a diverse audience. Of course, the cable industry material costs will be different from transformer industry and so on and so forth. But this is just a general, to get a pulse of, the whole point is to spur debate and to really get some of your views in on these issues and not to really split hair on is material cost more impactful than, logistics cost and so on and so forth, right? Okay, I see you are a very forgiving audience. So you're trying to make it easy for me by grouping everything very close. I appreciate the gesture. Let's have some views on these levers in terms of, which one you think is a burning issue and is it the most pressing profit leak? Let's hear some views from the group. Abdullah? Material cost, okay. You would like to elaborate on that? Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. So material cost was a very cross-industry issue, right? It affected everyone because the freight cost index went through the roof, steel prices went through the roof, and these are basic oil prices, of course, to the benefit of the national economy, but the oil prices going up, all of these are causing inflation to the material cost, I agree, because the landed cost in a country like ours, where we depend on major imports for every industry, I agree that's a burning issue. Okay. Oh, manpower, of course, that's again it's a universal issue to see how do we maximize the human capital and the potential of the manpower. A follow-up on the material cost issue, right? So we all acknowledge that material cost is an important lever, it's a burning issue. How much control do you have on that issue? Do you think everything is external, which means I can't help it, that's my, that's the price at which I can secure the material? Or do you think there is something in our control?
Change the payment terms, have good relation with suppliers. So of course we have control, but not fully.
Fair. So those are issues pertaining to sourcing, the terms of trade, the the kind of negotiation power of the suppliers and so on. What about other aspects impacting material cost? Since we are at it, we probably. Okay. Order on time. Fair. I'm looking for.
Right. The design of the product itself.
Design of the product. Okay. Value engineering. Okay. So that means again product design. Standardization. Okay. I'm missing one lever for material cost. Wastage. There you go. Right. How much? There was. I've lost count of how many times I've had these conversations with, CXOs and so on. Say, a couple of days back, I was in Dubai with one of the retail. We're doing some work on the supply chain, and the CEO said he took us to one of their stores. They're a big retail outlet in various Emirates. So he said that I will succeed as a CEO the day my people came to this retail area and said, "Oh, that is 1,000 dirhams, that is 10,000 dirhams sitting there. It's all money sitting there." You know what I'm saying? So the level of sensitivity about material cost in money terms, does it exist in the organization? And that translates to, I know, you're all mostly known faces. So I know Oman cables, copper is the most valuable material, how efficiently it is translated, volt amp, and so on. So this is one of the concerns, right? And the list goes on. There are a number of issues. We won't expound each one of them, but we do recognize that a lot of these are not just external factors. They are factors which are in our control or could be in our control that can give us a sensitivity in terms of elasticity, in terms of squeezing out more profitability. And that's why we had some great case studies, and Mohanad can maybe share at some point about some of those aspects about, when we come to the manufacturing efficiency and all of those issues. All right, so in summary, and we will do some deep dive into each one of these levers over the next 15 minutes or so, right? So in summary, we have the drivers for profitability, which we believe. One of them is how efficient your product development, product introduction process is. Now you may say, no, we are in a generic industry, okay. Is there customization in your product? How quick you are able to do that, be it in cables, transformers, switchgear, various other industries. How good our process of introducing products or converting customer needs and translating them into ready designs and bills of material is one lever. The second lever is optimal working capital, which again depends on how much inventory we commit in our supply chain and other terms of trade in terms of AR and AP, which has a direct impact in terms of your cost of doing business. The next couple of levers are to do with how efficient your value stream is designed, right? The speed with which you process information and the speed with which you process material across your value stream. And last but not least, how efficient your distribution network is, right? And each one of this is more to do with methodology than technology. All right, it's coming to me now. I thought I would impress you with one example. It was just not coming to me, so it came to me now. So a couple of days back, we were we were doing this COVID test. We were in Dubai and we were traveling back. And, this COVID testing process has gotten now matured, right? So, but one of the healthcare center we went to, for some reason, chose to make the experience very difficult for us, unnecessarily. So they said, oh, you're here for a test, you have to fill up this form. And that form had full of nonsensical information which is already available in my passport. All they needed was my email address for them to, I need to repeat my address, I need to write my, name and so on and so forth. And I'm pretty sure they don't do anything with the form. That form will just go to the scrap and so on. And then we went for the test, and after the test, we were asked to wait for 10 minutes. I was wondering why the hell we are asked to wait. He said, no, you have to wait. And then he took his own sweet time to then process the bill and so on and so forth. And a very similar testing in another center took me a fraction of the time. If you ask me whether they poked my nose or they collected the money, the same steps happened, but it happened in a fraction of the time. So it all has to do with how the value stream is designed, right? And we'll go deeper into how the value stream is designed in terms of flowing information, flowing goods, which could be people if it's a service industry, or widgets if it's a manufacturing industry. So, of course, the new product introduction, needless to say, Apple continues to be a great example. But, the whole idea is that the value accelerates significantly if our design and execution process for new product introduction are next to none, right? So the next lever is, of course, optimize optimum working capital. Let's do a quick activity on this, and I'll show you a few slides on some interesting ideas on working capital and how we can look at optimizing it. So the question is, what according to you are the factors most affecting working capital in your business or in a business? All right. Has everyone done the activity? Good. So interesting. It's more or less uncertainty of customer demand. Okay, thanks for moving that. So uncertainty of customer demand is okay, got a higher score. Uncertainty of supply, unfavorable terms of trade, opportunistic buying, uncertainty in manufacturing process, all right. These are some factors, many other factors, right? Nobody anticipated the freight cost to go through the roof, and how to factor that in any economic model, how to budget that into your product price, because there are strict price controls, right? You can't fundamentally increase, like food and other commodities, you can't fundamentally increase the selling price of those items just because your landed cost of your raw material has increased and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of these concerns which do affect, and we do recognize them. But here we are talking about how to unearth some value or hidden value from the working capital that is invested in your business, right? I have lost count again of how many industries we've had conversations with where we said, what are your inventory norms, right? And the standard answer we get is, oh, we have a 3-month inventory norm, we have a 6-month inventory norm. Now, what does 3-month inventory norm really mean? Does it mean, what is the reference demand for the 3-month? What if the demand doubles? That means, are you committed to doubling the inventory cover? How does it work? It's beyond me, right? So a lot of times, these norms end up being a bit archaic, they are not reviewed, and it's interesting that they are not topical enough issues or important enough issues to find their way in management reviews, right? As long as plant is running, as long as material is there, okay, we have 2 extra containers of material, all right, we will consume them, we will find some customer, discount it, and so on and so forth. So fairly, we vacillate between having too much and too little of what is needed to keep the plant going. So is inventory an asset or is inventory a liability? It will be interesting to hear some views. How many of you think inventory is an asset? Oh, that's a safe answer. You sat through our workshop, so you should not answer that question. So that's the right answer, by the way, right? So inventory is neither an asset nor a liability, and that's what the Demand-Driven Institute very emphatically talks about. Because if you talk to a lean expert, including myself, guilty as charged, I say, oh, inventory has a liability, you should not have inventory. And if you talk to the accounting fraternity and say, what is inventory? We were taught right from, first grade that inventory is an asset. And that's the side you put in your balance sheet, right? So to disambiguate this, that the guys who did the 10-year research on MRP and its consequences on the supply chain came back with a fairly universally accepted answer now that says that inventory is not an asset nor a liability. If you have too little of it, it is a liability because you're losing sales opportunity. And if you have too much of it, it's a liability because you're now stuck with, you will have to discount it and find ways to consume it and so on and so forth, right? So working capital is an important enough lever to take attention, take note of, and to simplify and streamline its management so that it helps to unearth some free cash flow for the business, right? And this was a study done by Richard Schronberger. I hope I got his name right. Richard Schronberger is one of the very early proponents of the just-in-time manufacturing philosophy. In fact, I think he was the first guy who wrote the book on just-in-time, probably 20 years, at least 10 odd years before lean was coined as some very mainstream terminology. So Richard does this annual exercise, and he's been doing it over the last several years, where he analyzes the balance sheets of a lot of firms that claim to be very lean and efficient, and purely based on numbers, he plots their working capital performance. And he's published a paper and a follow-up to it some time back, which is quite scathing, because what it reveals is that a lot of industries that are supposedly leaders in the lean just-in-time systems and so on have actually worsened in their inventory turnover performance over the years, right? Of course, why this has happened is anybody's guess, because obviously it takes a further layer of deep dive to figure out, even the likes of Toyota, for instance, their inventory turnover has actually worsened in the recent few years. But one plausible argument is that the supply chains have become more elongated, they are more complicated and complex these days. If you take a typical cell phone, Samsung, for example, sources from about 2,500 vendors from all over the world, right? So you will virtually not be able to produce a cell phone if global supply chain links are broken. So the capital, and somebody beautifully said earlier in the session, the capital finds its way where it is most efficiently deployed, right? So the industries would find suppliers that are the cheapest to source from, even at the cost of buying more, and therefore increasing the overall supply chain cost, right? So this may be one plausible explanation, and there may be others. The other factor being that variety has increased, which means that if you take a simple example of a toothpaste, back in the 70s, can anyone guess how many SKUs of Colgate existed in the 70s? Yeah? 1. And today, how many SKUs of Colgate are there? There are about 17 SKUs, give or take, right? So a simple thing like a toothpaste has become so much more complicated or complex in terms of varieties, and therefore the planner's life has become more challenging in order to know which variety to stock, how much to stock, planning for promotion, planning for shelf life, expiration, seasonality. All of those issues have compounded, and therefore they think, okay, let's be on the side of caution. If I need 1 container, let me order 2 containers, because if there is a promotion, you will consume it, else you will discount it and find a way to sell it. It's somebody else's headache, right? So, and the other concept is what we call as nervousness, where the customer has become more impatient, so they want quick service, what we call as customer tolerance time, right? Customer says, I want this car. Let's say you go to a Jeep showroom or one of the automotive showrooms and say, I want this car. And you say, okay, how long are you going to take to give it to me? And say, no, it's going to take 3 months for you to get the car. He'll say, go to hell, I'll go somewhere else and buy it, right? Nobody's going to wait that long. So customer tolerance to waiting is reduced, and therefore you can't just operate in what we call as just in time. You can't say a customer has ordered silver Jeep Cherokee, I will place an order to Jeep factory in North America, they're going to manufacture and ship a silver Jeep Cherokee in 1 week. It's not going to happen, right? Therefore, the automotive dealership inherently have to commit to stocks, and same goes for other industries. So the sales order visibility, customer tolerance to delay is customer tolerance time, what we call, is shorter, whereas the time to procure, the time to produce is longer, and therefore the industries have more and more gravitated towards keeping more inventories and greater working capital invested in the business. And therefore, a lot of the emergent dialogue on this space, demand-driven science, as Kevin nicely spoke in his talk. Now, these are principles that are now coming to say that, okay, you cannot inherently remove the reliance on inventories in your business, but can you optimize the inventory position so that you don't have too much or you don't have too little of inventory? You have just the right quantity, right? So obviously, you're trying to hit the middle ground, like when you're on that radar cruise control or autopilot in the cars. You don't want to go too much to the right or too much to the left. You want to stay in the center of the lane. Now, how do you manage your inventory position in a way that you're reflexive? Suddenly, the demand goes up. Naturally, the ordering goes up. Demand tapers. Naturally, the ordering tapers. If there is a promotion, your system is capable to ramp up buying 3 months before the promotion, or if there is a seasonality, you know when to ramp up, when to ramp down. Therefore, you need to skill the planners, skill the buyers with a new layer of capability so that they are able to orchestrate the material requirement without falling in the liability zone of inventory position. That's what the demand-driven science talks about. Right? So there have been cases, for example, with the catering business where we implemented this and various other instances where, you know, inherently you will say, oh, I need to have 6 months worth of grains or 3 months worth of, oil and so on, where if you go back and fundamentally challenge, basically just to challenge the inventory norms, you'll say, why do I need 6 months? If I look at my past demand pattern of this commodity for the last, last 1 year and last 2 year time frame, I know I can survive with half the inventory cover, even without splitting hair on the calculations and buffers and so on. So first step is, of course, bringing awareness about working capital, its significance to releasing some amount of shareholder wealth, and then educating and skilling the team in best practices of how to manage inventory is the recommended approach. So, for instance, a simple screening of inventory position revealed that they had the recommended inventory about 370,000, and the inventory they hold is about 500,000, which means that a simple screening of inventory position versus looking at past demand, recommended stock position shows a significantly more working capital than what is warranted. Am I making sense? Yeah. So this is one lever that is available for enhancing profitability of the firm. All right, let's do a quick activity on lever number 3, which is velocity of information flow. Okay, so this is interesting. You will have to poke around in your phone to just, if you can place a pin on which one of these levers you feel most passionately about in terms of impacting the profitability of the firm in the context of flowing information from customer requirement to order fulfillment. Okay. Again, since we are doing it with a very diverse audience, obviously each one of you may feel very passionately about the area that you're working closely with. Or you may feel passionately about someone else's area. Oh, so everything is fine in sales and marketing. There's a lot of problems in outbound logistics. You know, you guys need to go and take a look at it. That's fair too. I know our friends from sales. All right, cool. Any views on this? I would love to hear some of your views in terms of what are the kind of profit leaks that you witness typically in areas like customer management or in areas like, design. I didn't see any pin on outbound logistics. Interesting. All right. Any views? Anyone, please? True. So that is really changing the trade dynamics. People are saying, I will source locally rather than source from overseas, right? There was this, I was looking up one of the IMF reports that talked about in the early days of the pandemic where they were trying to promote local mask manufacturing in the US where the plant stopped because they didn't have one sensor, and the sensor had to depend on someone from, I think, Taiwan or wherever else to ship it. So that pretty much stopped the whole production, and they ended up having to import it from overseas. So the logistics becomes a very crucial lever determining business prospects, right? So you can't discount that out. Great. Any other views? What about after-sales service? Do you have any experiences on?
Optimizing the design to make ads lean as possible so that the raw material consumption can be certainly optimized. Many a times customer won't pay you for giving over-designed product. So I think that's where the real meat is to me.
Absolutely. So, but how much do industries actually relook into design or spend time because you have a customer, you have to fill the order, and you're already the customer delayed to issue the release the order. How much time is actually spent in challenging the design to say, can we value engineer and make it more robust and cheap, inexpensive, and so on?
I think there are two factors to consider. Number one is the mindset. Many times we have the legacy designs, we feel that, no, my design should never fail in 100 years. And then we want to continue that legacy, and it's just mindset that you don't want to challenge yourself to optimize it. And the second is it's a cycle, right? What I mean to say is that you cannot just get up next day and just reduce your design or optimize your design. There has to be some trial happens, testing happen, approval process. So there is always time curve. So that's the reason some companies would delay that process.
So in a sense, there is a lot of latent value or profit leakage or potential profit leakage in design. If we ignore it or continue to ignore it, we may not be able to secure the kind of margins that we otherwise do. Great point. Anything else? Any other comments on any of the other lever? Right? So I'm glad that a lot of thoughts flowing in terms of the profit leaks and generally recognizing that these kind of profit leaks don't get caught up in our daily conversations because we are busy fulfilling customer demand, busy running after orders, and therefore a lot of these profit leaks, as long as orders are being fulfilled, customer is taking the material, giving us money, a lot of these profit leaks get hidden under the carpet, right? So typical value chain questions. So when you talk about value chain, and I briefly spoke about it earlier, or value stream in other words. So you have a customer, and this could apply to any business model, right? Where we've had some of these value stream exercises with some of you guys, so you've been part of it, and you know what I'm talking about, right? When you talk about a customer need and how do you go about fulfilling, it's got an immeasurably complex these days because industries have become so much more complex. You're catering to multiple customer segments and you have various nuances, different products, subcategories within those segments and so on. Our team is doing some value stream mapping work in Dubai this week, and my head just blew when I looked at complexity. There are 4 business lines. Each business line has subdivisions. We said, we were just splitting hair in terms of how do you wrap your arms around this business to actually map the value stream, right? Because they're into transportation equipment where they're trying to make waste management equipment on one hand, and they're making well servicing, well testing equipment on the other hand. So businesses have become so much more complex, right? So the more complex they are, somehow they have organized themselves and they're running. But how much time they have actually spent to go under the hood and see, okay, how is this business organized? What is value? Who's paying the money for our salaries? How does the business make profits at the end of the day? Most people are not asking those questions, right? So when they went back and said, okay, transportation equipment as an example, they said, okay, what is value in that? Okay, so there is a dealer that supplies a chassis, and then you're supposed to fabricate the tipper trailer, and then you're supposed to mount it on the chassis and send it back to the dealer and to the customer. Okay, great. So that's what you make money for, right? How does the customer perceive value? Oh, customer perceives value when these tipper trailers are delivered very quickly. So what do you mean by very quickly? Oh, which means that no sooner than it comes, we have to hit the ground running. Within 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, we are supposed to turn it around. How are we doing now? Oh, we take about 18 days, 20 days. Customers come to our factory. They are yelling at us saying that, that is my order. Why don't you attend to that? It's gotten that chaotic, right? So the recognition starts to come saying that, okay, the way we are doing things to execute, to fulfill customer demand, there's something wrong with it. It's very chaotic. And therefore, it reflects as a symptom in terms of how many man-hours they have to burn to fulfill those customer orders. So it's not that they're spending any fewer man-hours, right? So the plant has a certain amount of man-hours within which it has to complete every job. If they exceed those man-hours, they actually end up making a gross loss on that job. Making sense? So if they have to fulfill a job in 500 man-hours, and if they take 800 man-hours to complete that job, they actually end up making a gross loss on the job. So on one hand, the number of jobs is increasing, but the rate of making losses is increasing. So they went back and said, okay, how have we organized ourselves? How is our value stream looking like? They say, oh, we don't, there are many, yes, please?
Sir, you told there are profit leakages,
But after sales service, if we are not giving warranty period, I mean, no elongated warranty period, and if we are selling the product which is having higher value, like OTs, so definitely we will make margin in that. Second thing, sir, you told that freight issues. Freight issues, okay. There is opportunity cost also in that, because nowadays companies are putting FOB prices, freight on board prices, along with the product. Before that, most of the time, cost and freight prices were put. So now that is marginalized, sir. So that way we can.
Yeah, agreed, right? So the freight cost itself, I don't know how sustainable the current freight costs are, and to what extent businesses can absorb
A kind
it.
of a third party, I mean, now commercial people are negotiating with third kind of freight agencies.
Yeah.
Before that, only DHL or something great were there. But nowadays, it has got improved, sir.
Absolutely. Point taken. And do you take recovery measures where you take knee-jerk reactions of outsourcing, doing it, or are you looking at how your system is designed? So both options do exist. Yes, you have something to add?
Sir, but customer management is very difficult in my opinion, sir. Because what they want, actually, sir, it's difficult sometimes. And you told that, citing an example of US, that they have started a factory over there. So that is good only, sir, because carbon footprints will be less.
Yeah.
As far as lead is concerned.
Yes. So, well, I think you touched upon multiple themes: customer focus, localization versus globalization. So everything is up for debate, and each one is an ocean of a topic in itself. And I won't, in the interest of time, expound each one of them. But there's a lot of talk now about, about localization. If you read any of the IMF or World Bank reports, they're talking about assessing the risks in supply chain, right? Europe, for example, the European Economic, EU, for example, has put together a task force that is assessing how much risk does EU have exposure due to dependence on imports. So this task force is actually going to industries and asking what are the things commodities you import, what percentage of value is those things, what is the risk associated with those imports. And it's a mind-numbing exercise because they're not able to get to the bottom of it to say how much of the economic value is coming due to imports, which countries they depend on. That exercise is still going on. But the underlying theme is people are starting to question, probably we went too far in the globalization approach. We need to start looking at localization as well now so that we are able to de-risk ourselves, right? Same thing is happening in India, is giving a lot of these, production-linked incentives. Indirectly, it is to encourage industries to produce more locally so that they are able to de-risk dependence on China, for example. All the active pharmaceutical ingredients for the pharma industry come from China. So although we can claim that India is the largest generics manufacturer and exporter, but the reality is all the APIs required for those generics are coming from China. So if anything goes wrong in our relationship, these industries are going to suffer, right? So a lot of these risks do exist, and therefore government policy also plays a role to say, okay, where do we raise tariff barriers? Where do we encourage industries by giving them indirect tariff barriers, by incentives, subsidies? So government does play a role in this aspect. So like I said, it's an ocean of a topic, and we can debate about it, and there is no perfect right or wrong answer to it. So coming back to the value stream perspective, asking the question, what is value to the customer? How are we going about delivering that value? I was giving the example of the transportation equipment, for example. So if customer wants the product in 5 days, let's say, and you're taking 18 days to deliver that product, obviously customer is not going to be happy, you're not going to be able to secure more work, and so on. So this is where the team, as we speak, is going through that exercise to say, what are the time delays? Where are the areas where can we keep some components ready? We have this 80-20 rule about which are the components frequently used in all the jobs. Can we keep those components ready so that we don't duplicate after the order is released? What is the layout of the production area? Are we going 4 different places to manufacture? Can we create a linear flow so that the job flows from station 1 to station 2 and so on? All of these questions are to be asked. And it's great that, these guys, for example, the oil and gas industry was the hardest hit during the economic downturn in the last year. And these guys said, the industry I'm talking about said that, hey, this is a great opportunity because now all our pain areas are getting exacerbated, right? We are losing money every month and all of these things. This is a great opportunity to galvanize the team. Let everyone come together and say, where are the profit leaks in the business? Can we work together to address them? So the actual energy it is creating is very positive. They're not sitting and cribbing saying that our industry is losing money and then how do we safeguard our jobs and so on. So this is a typical value stream exercise, where the guys, paint the picture in terms of step 1, step 2, step 3, what goes in, what goes out, what are the pain areas, why the delay occurs, what steps can be taken to mitigate those delays, all of these things. So this was some example of, you can see what we call as a spaghetti map, which is basically, going from here to there to there, all of those steps for the transaction. So the team themselves, many times, even within the context of the workshop, they are able to reimagine, say that, hey, this is, we don't need to do 20 steps to fulfill this. We can just do it in 2 steps, right? You will probably be amazed at how much simplicity you can bring out in the whole process. Do I really need to go to the test center for my COVID testing these days? If I ask a ridiculous question like that, actually you don't need to go, okay, can somebody come? Does somebody need to poke my nose? Actually you don't, you can just poke your nose yourself and give the sample. You know what I'm saying? So just keep asking these silly questions and you will be amazed at, okay, it takes 5 steps to get my COVID test. I need to, walk and go there, sit and so on. Can I do it in 1 step? Yeah. Right? All of these are, there is no silly question. The only question that you don't ask is a silly question, right? So when you do a value stream mapping, you start challenging everything that you do and you will be amazed at, and all of these are methodology oriented. There is no technology here. Can you see that? Okay, you guys have been very patient. Are you okay to continue for another 10 minutes? We have overshot the time a little bit, yeah? Is it okay, Mike? All right. Let's do a quick poll and see where we are on this. Okay. All right, interesting. On-time material availability, okay, manpower efficiency, and various other levers, right? Layout, okay, all right. Dispatch delays, okay. Oh, still. All right, interesting. Okay. All right. No? Change your mind? It's like one of those infographic videos about the rich countries over the years, right? Okay. Done? All right. Again, there are no right or wrong answers here. I know we are a diverse group and you will have different views on this. But these are typical levers that are affecting manufacturing efficiency, right? They are levers like on-time material availability, which we have spoken about, also in the context of working capital. Manpower efficiency, this again, of course, a lot of debate this morning also happened about manpower efficiency and so on. The, if I wear the lean hat, lean says 7 or 8 forms of waste. The 8th form of waste, it says the waste of wasted human potential. That means somebody is doing a non-value adding activity, that's a waste, right? So how much are we utilizing the people's skills? And maybe in good times it didn't matter. we were doing the study in one of the pharma industries where here, and there is one guy just standing and observing if something goes wrong. So if I really map what we call as process efficiency, how much time he's actually doing the task versus how much time how many hours for the shift, that number was, sometimes less than 2% or 5% of the time. But, if you ask the production head, he will say, just in case, you never know. Sometimes the demand may increase and you will ask us to work extra shifts and so on. Just in case, and therefore let's have some extra resources and surplus and so on. So these kind of questions definitely need to be asked. Distribution, layout, again, a lot of the layout decisions are ad hoc, where, how the old plant was, let's just take the blueprint of the old plant and implement the new plant. I have, again, lost count of how many shareholders I've had this conversation with say that, hey, we just put, 2 million riyal or, 20 million dirhams in this new plant, which is 5 times the size of our old plant. But it produces the exact volume that my old plant produces. So I'm just scratching my head in terms of what wealth did I create by adding that capex. The only hope was that we will, produce more. He said, what changed? So he said, no, we just took the old plant and replicated it in the new facility, right? How much thinking has gone into designing with lean thinking, creating flow, removing non-value adds? Can you produce more with the same capital assets? All of these questions are on the table, right? Lack of automation, again, thoughtful automation, not automation for the sake of it. Rework, all of these are levers affecting manufacturing. So this is not a new concept. Ford pioneered this back in 1908 when we came up with the Model T. And he said, he had the exact same dilemma. He said, I have this plant, I need to produce more cars because there are people waiting. The cars are costing, $100,000 or more. I want to sell the car for $8,000 in, let's say, in today's money. So how do you do that? So he said, well, I cannot have a factory that is 10 times the size. I need to figure out how the same factory can be organized in a way that I produce more, and therefore the rest is history. You can look up this page on Wikipedia, by the way. I won't repeat the whole story for you, and I want to spoil it for you. It's very fascinating, and it'll be more real when you read it, because he increased the output from, let's say, 10 cars in a month to about 8,000 cars in a day with all these experimentations. So a lot of this was purely to do with how the plant is organized, how efficient flow is. So one of the things he did from what we call as batch to flow, where the operators are moving around, to a system where operator is stationary, the car is moving, and that really eliminated a lot of wasteful movements. Yep. Yeah. As long as it is black. So that is as far as his assembly line customization went. True, true. It is. One of the things that is talked about in marketing myopia. I couldn't disagree with you. So the Ford story is half the story, and yes, they went to the extent where they couldn't build flexibility, and therefore Toyota is the rest of the half of the story, where they built flexibility with flow, and they did that with innovative thinking again. So they said, again, it's a long story, but Toyota Kata is a beautiful book that captures this story about how Toyota copied Ford initially, but then they made it better. Like Ford would say, I cannot change the color because my paint booth has a batch size of 100 units, let's say, it's a massive headache for me to change the color in the paint booth, and therefore my line will stop for 2 days to change the color. So let me keep making black. Whereas Toyota said, oh, let me address the problem of how long it takes to change over. Oh, it takes 2 days. We want to change over in a matter of minutes. How many minutes? Single minute or single digit minutes, so less than 10 minutes. So something that would take 2 days, they figured out a way to reduce the changeover to a matter of minutes. Wow, okay. That's interesting. I didn't know about. So, I don't know if this video plays. Yeah.
Toyota knows how to.
Can you turn up the volume?
It does it so well, it became the first company to produce more than 10 million a year. Its success is rooted in a special system and began what's now known as lean manufacturing, an ethos emulated by companies around the world to make products faster, cheaper and better. Here's how Toyota changed the way we make things. Following the Second World War, Japan was left in a precarious economic position.
Steel and other metals are scarce.
Already disadvantaged by lacking natural resources, materials were hard to come by, and companies had to be creative to compete. Toyota's founder, Sekiichi Toyoda, had started a loom business, but it was his son Kiichiro who founded the motor company in 1937. They were used to working within narrow margins. As the shortage of materials increased during the war, the number of headlamps on its Model K truck was reduced to one, and it only had brakes on one of the axles. The turning point for Toyota's production system would come in the early 50s, when Kiichiro's cousin Eiji would travel to the US with a veteran loom machinist, Taiichi Ono. They visited Ford's River Rouge plant in Michigan and were impressed by the scale of the operation, but knew that in cash-strapped Japan, companies didn't have the resources for such a system. Having months' worth of stock sitting in a warehouse would tie up precious capital they didn't have. Instead, what truly impressed Ono was a visit to a supermarket, a Piggly Wiggly, according to legend. Japan didn't really have self-service stores at this point, and he was struck by the way customers could choose exactly what they wanted, when they wanted. He decided to model his production line on a similar idea. With the supermarket formula, only enough parts were produced in the first phase to replace what was used in the second, and so on. This is where the just-in-time system really took shape. Toyota was able to eliminate much of the waste in Ford's system, making smaller numbers of parts to be used when it needed them, allowing the company to operate on a tighter budget. As part of this, Ono developed Kanban, a sign-based scheduling method which shows goods in production, and goods out. It's now seen as a precursor to barcodes. Ono and Toyota also noticed that American car companies were still employing many of Henry Ford's early production techniques. They kept operations at full tilt in order to maximize efficiencies of scale, but then had to repair defective cars after they rolled off the line. Ono believed this caused more problems and didn't encourage workers or machines to stop making the mistake. So he placed a cord above every station which any worker could pull to stop the entire assembly if they spotted a problem. The whole team would work on it to prevent it from happening again. As teams identified more problems, the number of errors began to drop dramatically. Combined with a culture of continuous incremental improvement called Kaizen, the Toyota production system built a brand known for making reliable and affordable cars. But Toyota was also getting good at producing cars quickly. In 1962, the company had produced 1 million vehicles. By 1972, they'd produced 10 million. It was around that time that the efficiencies of their factories enabled Toyota to produce a car every 1.6 man-hours, much lower than their competitors in the US, Sweden and Germany. And as the oil crises of the decade sent gas prices higher, cheap-to-run Japanese cars became much more appealing to Americans, whose powerful but gas-guzzling vehicles suddenly became very expensive to run. Today, Toyota has made over 250 million vehicles. Others have looked to them to learn the lessons of lean, combining craft with mass production, avoiding waste while striving for constant improvement. Boeing is perhaps the most famous, restructuring a plant to better suit TPS. Intel is another long-time lean ambassador and is exploring the principles in the context of AI and the Internet of Things. A Canadian hospital even used Toyota's system to decrease wait times in its ER. The Toyota production system changed not just how cars are made globally, but how we approach making things full stop. It also showed that there's always a better way to make a product.
So, of course, there are a number of books I can recommend on this. The Machine That Changed the World was the first book that was published in 1989 to encapsulate the practices at Toyota, and the rest, as they say, is history. So they talk about the various forms of waste in the process and how to eliminate them in terms of unnecessary movement of people, defects, and inventory, and so on. So I had the privilege to visit Toyota 2-3 years back, and we spent a couple of days with their lean management folks who were gracious enough to take us on a tour and explain. So this was one of these slides that really caught my attention, right? And this is right up the alley of profit leadership that we're talking about. So my question to them was, why do you guys do what you do in your lean and so on? Why is it so fabled? And their response was that the simple reason we do it for this, because, you know, we have a cost structure across our global plants, and even within the Toyota ecosystem, every plant competes with each other for orders. So if there's an engine plant in Europe, it may not be the preferred plant to supply to the nearest assembly line. They have to compete. They have to be the lowest cost producer in order to supply. So that means each and every one of those cost elements that adds up needs to be challenged. And that's where they skill people to go back to their processes and see what sort of waste exists in the process and remove them, and therefore remove the cost out of these processes. So it's not rocket science, as they say. You know, these skills can be learned. A lot of these, I'm trying to experiment with teaching my 7- and 9-year-old boys to learn the lean skills and apply, right? It's better to teach them young because they don't have a mindset, right? A lot of the learning that happens in the later years is not so much learning, but unlearning. You know, so a lot of this is very intuitive tools. What is 5S, you know, the gentleman mentioned about? It's just about how do you organize your workplace? How do you create a safe and bright workplace? Now, that's not rocket science, but if you don't believe that that's going to create value for your organization, you will find some way to break it down, right? So that's where the learning happens, or the unlearning needs to happen in this whole process. And a lot of the improvements are done by the people, right? So you will always have these early adopters, the excited ones, who want to experiment, who want to make a difference to the organization. Those are the candidates you want to pick and choose to put through the whole improvement journey. So a number of stories that, you know, our friends from Oman Cables, you know, for example, this was a project they had done 3 years back. This was one of the many projects done. This was on the packaging cost, right? The team was very dynamic. They challenged, okay, why do we need this size drum? Why do we need this kind of sheathing? So a lot of these are very commonsensical questions, but hadn't been asked in a long time. And they found that they could really release a lot of wasteful costs from packaging. This is one among 20, 30, 40 projects they had done across the organization. In fact, they presented in one of our forums a couple of years back. So that pretty much brings us to the end of the levers of profitability. And distribution cost is the last one, which again, you know, this is one of the logistics firm that, you know, the catering firm which had challenged the distribution cost. And they found that a lot of the trips, the vehicles are going empty. They're not really asking how many trips are needed in a given month. Is it more than what minimal trips are required to fulfill the distribution needs? These are very commonsensical questions, but we were amazed to see how much waste could be eliminated in the logistics and distribution processes itself, where I think it wants me to stop, so. All right, vehicles are not going fully loaded, and you know, the vertical space is not utilized, the material is not safely stacked. You know, a lot of times these things, okay, it just happens, and over time we lose attention on a lot of these levers. So the team came up with and one of the things was number of trips taken in a given month. So they go across 70, 80 sites, and they said, okay, this truck goes to Barka, this truck goes to Sohar, but there are 2 different trips. This goes to Nizwa, and this goes to a town north of Nizwa. So said, can one truck do that? So it's very silly questions, honestly. They said, can you solve these problems by asking silly questions? They were very skeptical about it, but thankfully the guys who were doing the project persisted, and you know, at the end of it, a set of many, many silly questions turned out to significant reduction in terms of number of trips, which was evident in the very first month of them implementing these solutions, right? So they could bring down the number of trips by about 15%, which means imagine the fuel cost saving, the impact to the environment, and all of those things. So it only takes a little bit of a prod and a little bit of a support and push from the senior management to find a lot of efficiency levers in the business, right? So a lot of these efficiency drivers were tapped during this project. I love to quote Warren Buffett. He's my newfound fad. I pick up on all of his and the people who followed him. And he talks about the moat, and he talks about, value migration. I think he's the guy who spoke about the most economic models. I think the people who try to follow his path haven't even gotten to half of the economic models that he mastered. So, and all of them are to do with safeguarding shareholders' wealth. Thank you so much. You've been a fantastic audience. Appreciate the involvement and time.
They say consultant is someone who looks at your watch and tells the time and charges for it. But Naveen has been very generous with his wisdom. Hasn't charged anything. Please, can you have a huge round of applause for him, please? Thank you, everyone. I mean, you've been a wonderful audience, been very, very patient. There's coffee outside, and I think that's the least that you deserve. Please have a round of coffee, tea. I think everything's outside. Thank you very much.